Слышит, давайте проверим связь, громкость и так далее. Доброе утро. Давайте проверим связь. Это Горохов. Горохов. Горохов.
Друзья, всем привет! Мы начинаем второй день Positive Hack Days.
Good morning, dear friends. We start the second day.
Для DevOps, про DevOps, практики, инструменты.
We today will be discussing DevOps, practices, tools. Let us greet the first speaker.
Похлопаем. Алиса расскажет нам
Okay.
про
Alisa will tell us about multi-tenancy
мультиплатформенной системе.
in multi-platform environment.
Сегодняшняя тема для самых стойких.
Yes, today's subject is for those who are the strongest, I think, those of you who have joined us. Multi-tenancy in a big enterprise. My name is Alisa Kirichenko. I'm the head of the development team of Shturval. It's a multi-cluster platform that is being developed in Russia. It was born out of Kubernetes merge with different enterprises, OpenShift. We looked at what we liked, at what we didn't.
С внедрением всего это дела родилась тема.
There was the subject
Совершенно коротко расскажу
that I'm going to tell you about.
Откуда появились тенанты, откуда появилась
I will tell you
необходимость этой темы.
briefly about where tenants came from. I will tell you about the three problems that tenants can solve
проблемы можно нивелировать. Потом вкратце
and about taking care of these problems. Then we'll draw conclusions. This is a very interesting subject for those who are just starting into the Kubernetes, for those who are building their own platforms, for those who are managing different platforms. In any way, I think you will find it useful. So let's go. So why do we need tenants in the cube?
Если говорить о Kubernetes, то здесь можно
If we talk about Kubernetes,
понятную аналогию, с которой мы все сталкиваемся.
I will give you a simple analogy that everybody listens. One cluster of the Kubernetes could be compared to a mom and pop shop. But if the business is growing, if the number of the teams that are exploiting it are growing, if the demands to resources are growing, the number of applications is growing, then we kind of outgrow this space, right? So we go into a center, okay, like a business center. But let's look at how it's comprised architecturally. So let's say we have one building, which is analogous to the cube. It's a multi-cluster platform. So we have floors. The floors here are systems or subsystems. And then now, on these floors, we have our clusters. Okay, as it was before in one vanilla cluster. On top of clusters, we have also the sub-rent opportunity, right? So we have subleasers, right? So now we have a hierarchy. There is a platform. The platform has systems. In the systems, we have tenants and subtenants, right? And then the subtenants have their departments and so on and so forth, and we have to manage around it. So the vanilla cluster doesn't work any longer in this environment. We need something else. And this is where we have tenants. So initially, tenants have existed not only in clusters. They give us an opportunity to share something between different teams. I gave you an analogy of a mall. So why do we need them? There we have the three dead whales, so to speak, the hierarchy, which is a classical problem of sharing resources, and the access. Usually, at conferences and in research that I've encountered, they talk about the resource sharing, about clusters, about the teams that are sharing the same cluster. But people tend to forget that there are two other issues. And maybe people haven't encountered these issues, right? In this presentation, I'd like to draw, kind of to shed light on these two other issues, taking three issues as a complex. So what we'll do, we will dig into each of these issues separately, and then I will explain different approaches of taking care of the problem. how to bring these lives back, these whales back to life. Okay, so the first problem seems to be classical. It's the resources sharing. If we share the cluster, then we have to allocate the working nodes. We have to share the storage, which is a unified cluster resource. We have to work with backup, and backup is also a cluster resource, and we have to distribute access to it. If the cluster level users are compromised, then of course the whole cluster is compromised, is under threat. And if we have a cluster with geo-distribution between different nodes, then we have bottlenecks. In this case, the first problem is to allocate the resources among the teams. The second problem is the limits of hierarchy. Again, if we bring back the analogy of a mall, where we have a very good hierarchy, the cluster doesn't enjoy that. We have just cluster and namespace. If we're talking about multi-cluster platform, then we have platform, several clusters, and then nameplaces inside. This is to say that the hierarchy is small. It doesn't allow us to build a big structure. Since namespace is a clusterized resource, so namespace allocation for giving people additional space and additional rights to work takes time. So the users have to send a query to the cluster, and there is a lag. It's not very comfortable. A namespace user cannot just click and get it. This is the problem of the limitations of the hierarchy that tenants can resolve. And finally, the access management. RBAC in Q8 is limited, okay, in the vanilla cube. And a lot of multi-cluster solutions use the opportunities of a vanilla cube, where we have cluster roles or passwords. But then again, we have problems. If we have cluster roles, okay, which are reflected in the spaces, then as soon as we change one cluster role, we change all access rights to all namespaces, which of course is not very comfortable for all users. If we just use roles, then we have to bring these roles into each namespace. What if we have ephemeral namespace? What if the process is being tested and the namespace is ephemeral, just like cluster can be ephemeral? So then we have to reassign the access rights each time. This is not convenient. This is not safe. The human factor also plays a big role here. So here we have these three issues: resources, hierarchy, and access rights management. All right, so let's look how we can tackle these issues, how we can bring the whales back to life. If we talk about the resources reallocation, if we are using a vanilla cube, then we cannot consider distribution or allocation of resources as tenants. If we create several clusters in one window, this approach is closer to the tenant approach and allows to resolve us a lot of issues. And right now in the world, we see the tendency of stepping away from the communal large clusters to multi-cluster solution. The pluses of such approach are evident. We have, by default, isolation among clusters. We have also isolation of access rights. We don't have to worry about that. We have resource allocation because the applications do not compete on worker nodes. and we don't have to
Часто, кстати,
play
встречается
around with the settings.
решение одно приложение равно одно кластер. Там
This is a solution that you can see often enough in banks. You don't have to adjust any tolerations. We can work easily with storage and backup because the commands do not intersect. They can be virtualized in different platforms. They can be stored in different versions of cubes. It's all convenient. But there are also minuses to this decision, and they are apparent to me. Let's discuss this. Well, first of all, this is extra expenditure of resources, including financial resources, if we talk about licenses. If we have to pay licenses for control paid nodes and we have to create master nodes for each cluster. There is also a problem of network configuration. It's too complicated. If we have one application that has been installed on several clusters and several nodes, then the traffic has to be transmitted through one node into another if something fails. So this is more complicated compared to the situation where they all live within the same cluster. And if we do not manage cluster from one interface, then it is very hard to maintain it. It is not apparent, it's not immediately apparent where the problem, if the problem happens, took place.
По умолчанию управление таким подходом решено довольно уже в большом количестве мультикластерных платформ. Одной из них является Штурвал, как раз которую мы разрабатываем. Также TechHouse недавно к этому пришел. Алауда китайская, которая вошла в реестр отечественного ПО. Довольно неплохое решение. Танзу, довольно тоже старое известное решение. И многие другие. Из интересных инструментов, которые я пробовала, Кармада, она, к сожалению, не имеет графического интерфейса, она работает в консоли, но она прекрасно тоже справляется с этим решением. И менеджер Кубер в любом облаке, если в Enterprise можно работать в открытом окружении, то менеджер Кубер здесь по умолчанию дает решение всех этих вопросов. Следующий подход. Мы будем с вами спускаться вниз по иерархии. Следующий подход – это управление в одном кластере по совокупности namespace'ов. В некоторых решениях это называется тенантами, в некоторых решениях это называется проектами. Ну, по факту все это тенанты. Плюсы такого решения, они тоже для меня очевидны. Давайте обсудим. Тенанты или проекты, они в этом случае позволяют изолировать права доступа внутри кластера. И уже управление ресурсами может быть на уровне тенанта, где мы можем выделять ресурсные квоты на тенант, можем толерейшены на тенант выделять. И между приложениями в таком случае возникает простая сетевая настройка трафика, да, в случае, если нам нужно балансировать между несколькими тенантами трафик. Но и минусы такого решения, они тоже есть. Как правило, ни в одном из решений нет доступного разграничения доступа между тенантами, которые объединяли бы в себя что-то больше, чем внутри одного кластера. То есть они всегда ограничены одним кластером. А это значит, мы возвращаемся к проблеме, когда у нас либо кластер, либо сеть являются узким горлышком. Мы получаем обратно проблему с разделением кластерных ресурсов, то есть это storage, и это бэкапы, как минимум. При большой нагрузке мы можем получить проблему с нагрузкой на кластер в перегруженности etcd, либо kubeAPI сервер тоже может стать точкой отказа.
We can overload the cluster and it can fail.
Такое распределение внутри кластера в чистом виде.
So I think such distribution as inside the cluster cannot always be applied. However, the multi-cluster platform decided to do this reallocation, and the DHouse is also doing that. It can be in the vanilla cubes, and the people go for the capsule. You can probably choose the approach which you like best. The next hierarchical approach is the namespace separation. This is the classical resource allocation, and its greatest advantage is that it's right there in Kubernetes. By default, you don't have to set it up additionally, you don't have to pay for it. And so when you use the kubeness resources, you can isolate the access rights, and at the same time, the applications of the same cluster do not need a difficult configuration, complex configuration. There are also minuses, of course. If we have a lot of namespaces of the same cluster, it's hard to maintain all of them. This is one list, and debugging seems hard as well. So we have the bottleneck again here, and we have a problem with cluster resource management. This said, it resembles the project or tenant decision. And the final solution in this area is the distribution of resources on virtual clusters. Sbertech tells a lot about it, or on logical clusters, which is something new to me, actually. I've only discovered it lately. Let's talk about the pros. This is the hardest approach in terms of multi-tenancy. This is a complete isolation, and this is how the solution is built. We have qubits, and we have a virtual cluster where the team operates and it doesn't communicate with anybody else. They do not need to share access rights or sources or resources. But the minuses are quite a few. Today, the resources, CPUs, and everything else cost less than people who can support that. The V cluster, or the logical cluster with isolation, need a lot of competences. And the replacement needs even more competences. And we have to configure it in each cluster. And if this is a multi-cluster corporate installation, we have to do it one by one. We need to know how to expose the traffic from inside to outside. This is the task which needs a lot of skills. We still have the bottleneck cluster problem. We still have a possibility to lose a node and then the cluster, and we have the resources redundancy because the replication of virtual resources accumulates in the clusters. So the solution like this exists, but we have to understand when to use this solution in order for the benefits of such approach to overweight the minuses. So here I've given you 4 different approaches on resource allocation, on clusters, on tenants and namespaces and virtual clusters. Well, the next issue that we have that I spoke about is the limitation of the hierarchy. And I will address to several solutions here. The first one is the projects that we've discussed, tenants or projects, right? So these projects allow to combine several namespaces into the same tenant. So why does this solve the hierarchy solution? Because when you create namespace within a project, you have to do it on the level of the tenants, not of the level of the cluster. So we don't have to wait for the cluster admin when he does that. We don't need to wait for the cluster admin to give us the access right. It is all done by the tenant administrator, and it saves us time. So, administrator of the cluster is less busy. On the other hand, we have the possibility to manage the resources within the tenant. and we can see what's going on in the tenant.
Есть графический интерфейс, что тоже удобно.
On top of Capsule, there is also a graphic interface which allows us to visualize our list as structure. There are also minuses. We have a vendor lock.
Использовать иностранное решение, не входить
We have
в реестр
to
отечественного ПО.
either use a foreign solution which is not included into the approved list of solutions, or we have to use our own, which could not be the most adequate,
Капсулу. И зависит
or
от того,
we have to use the
как будут
capsule,
развивать свой продукт, а мы на это тоже никак не можем повлиять.
and we don't know how the product will be developed later on. Or we have to create our own.
Быстро. То есть, если вы
Those who
это
have done it
быстро
know
делаете,
this
вы
is
уже
not
сделали.
a
В
fast
моем
job.
случае минусом я считаю, что все это реализовано.
In our case,
То есть оно не решает.
I know the minus is that it's been implemented within one cluster. It doesn't resolve the hierarchy problem, and it just creates one extra level of hierarchy.
В больших enterprise решениях такой иерархии.
In big enterprise solutions, I need this hierarchy. The next project is the hierarchical namespaces. This is an issue to discuss. On the one hand, they are available for free and they can be introduced into any platform. The installation time is very short. You don't need a lot of competences to do that. It can. It doesn't create any cluster levels, so the namespace tenants can click as many of them as they want. And again, it's free. But also minuses of this solution. Yes, we'll have a tree, but who needs several levels from namespace down? What practical approach is there? I can understand one or two levels, but then I don't see any practical use of that. We don't have a lot of commands within a namespace. You cannot separate it and isolate it, neither resource-wise nor access right-wise, so it loses in a sense.
Пропагация ресурсов, заявленная в документации иерархических namespaces, не работает, они просто реплицируют.
So the propagation of resources that is described in the documentation doesn't work. The quotes are out of bounds. This decision doesn't have a graphic interface. And I think this solution can be used as a supplementary solution on top of the one which we use for the extension of hierarchy. And finally, as a final decision, I'd like to draw your attention to the hierarchy which we built in our system. It came to us from the big enterprise decision or solutions when we had to build the following infrastructure. We had a multi-cluster platform, and we had to bring several systems into it, bank systems. Then in the systems we had subsystems. In subsystems we had specific applications, and then some of these had environment. Such we arrived at the following tree: a platform,
несколько тенантов, объединяющих в себя
then
несколько
several
кластеров,
tenants that
рождающих систему. В системе
actually
дополнительно
represented several clusters. That was the
тоже
system.
несколько кластеров.
Then in the system itself there were several
Мы
subsystem
уже
clusters.
кластеров, и там
In the
также
subsysters
были,
we also had
тенанты,
applications
объединяющие в
again
себе
and clusters.
несколько namespaces
And then we had
разных
tenants
кластеров. Допустим,
which had
вот
several
эти
namespaces of equal
namespaces,
clusters.
содержащие все
For
системные
instance,
компоненты
if we want
по
to
какому-то
unite
окружению
namespaces which have all the system components that are surrounded by a subsystem, okay? That was the logic of it. Or
все окружение. У нас внутри
if we
приложения
wanted
может
to,
быть несколько namespaces по разному
inside the
окружению.
application, there could be several namespaces with several environment.
И здесь мы уже можем строить дерево с
There
любой
we
глубиной
could,
иерархии.
Build a tree with any depth of the hierarchy.
Вот эта любая вложенность и возможность построения любых абстракций
So
позволила строить
this gives us to build
enterprise
any
решения.
abstractions, and that gave us an opportunity to build the big enterprise solution. We stepped away from the flat list. It became easier to manage it. We go into the platform, we can go down to a specific spot that we need. So if you have an auditor which has an access to all clusters, it's very useful for him. This solution is compatible with supplementary solutions. There is also a graphic interface, and our version is completely free. You're all welcome to try and use it. There are no limitations. There are also minuses to this solution. If you want to replicate this structure, you have to understand that this logic is very specific. We spent about a year on building it. Yes, it is replicable, but it's difficult. And for the time being, it does not manage resources. If you want to manage resources to be able to bill and so on, you need something else, maybe a capsule. Okay, accesses. This is the third dead whale, the access. Access management on multi-cluster platform. Well, first of all, I'm thinking of several access rights, allocations, different abstractions for several namespaces. As a rule, in some cases, this is enough when we want to allocate access rights within the same cluster. There are also minuses to this solution. If we talk about tenants, the access rights are given to the tenant or to the project as such. If the project is replicated and we need another one, we need to introduce the access right anew, manually. But I don't like that. I want everything to be automated. When you get into the system and everything works. If you have to get into the system and configure it manually, I don't like it. So the tenants tree here allows us to automatically assign the access rights to any level of namespaces and ephemeral clusters. When we need to debug any applications, if we put a cluster or a namespace into a tenant, when we delete it, it will still remain there. However, this approach does not solve the issue of isolated access rights. So just as in a multi-cluster platform, it expands the opportunities of the qubits. It doesn't limit them in any way. That's how you solve the access problem. So let's draw the conclusions. So we have three key problems. The problem of resources, the problem of the hierarchy, or the flat lists, and the problem of managing access rights in big multi-cluster platforms. So we've looked through several solutions, each of which was taking care of its own part. Not a single solution was able to cover all three problems. This is for a reason. All the solutions take a long time to develop and need high competences. Not only you need to know the qubits, you need to know a lot of additional information. So that's why there are not that many decisions on the market right now. Decisions like this are quite expensive. The Kubernetes market in Russia is developing, all right, but a lot of people still prefer to use the Docker. So this decision is not yet in demand. So we will have to look how we can take care of as the industry changes.
Они закрылись в 2001 году, закрыли свой проект и сказали, все, мы доступны только read-only, потому что они не выжили в этом мире большом, не нашли своего заказчика. Плюс решений в том, что их можно между собой комбинировать.
The advantage is that you can combine those solutions, and one of the solutions could be used to cover up the
И, в принципе,
task of avoiding flat lists, and actually all the three issues could be addressed once you have them in business. I'm not just saying that one of the solutions is good, another one is not. There is no silver bullet in each particular case. For each architecture, a certain solution will work, and you have to decide what exactly you need. That's it for me. Here are the QR codes, and one of them is for the feedback, another one is for the community, and yet another one is for the documents of the tenants. And there you can check how we do things, and you will get gifts for the best questions. Okay, we have the mics to the left and to the right of the stage. Go ahead, guys.
Все очень скромно или всем все понятно?
Is everyone being shy, or is everything so clear that there are no questions? Okay, can you near the mic, please, so that everyone could hear you?
Nikita Makarov.
My name is Nikita Makarov. I didn't hear the whole presentation. And what is the role model of access that covers several clusters? And I am interested in the centralized control of the network access. Did you look at that? And if so, how did you resolve that? I started with talking about the delineation of resources and also the network isolation. This is the hard mode tenancy approach, and then I spoke about this. And the segmentation, what is it based on? There were 4 approaches by clusters, by the compounds of various clusters and namespaces. Okay, I can discuss it with you later then, one-on-one. Any further questions? Okay, go ahead. Hi, my name is Alexandra, and my work experience was like this. There was a huge project with a government customer, and they have a lot of different systems. They use Kubernetes, but they all have different clusters, and there are different namespaces. Could we pull it all together? In our project, I saw this huge pain in big government corporations. There are a lot of teams with their own versions of Cube, their own interdependencies and components, and when they need a new version, it takes them months. Here, this is not done via tenants, but via a multi-cluster platform, because it supports cubes on different versions, on different access with different services, either prefabricated or mounted later, but anyways, they are managed centrally. And so a new cube deployment take anywhere from 2 to 15 minutes. And could we split the clusters so that one is renewed? You don't really care how you renew them. I cannot speak about all the platforms. I know about our platform in Sturval. Our a solution. We can use certain clusters, and we can use graphical interfaces and program interfaces. If it is Junior Plus level, it can be hardware or hybrid, and we can deploy the clusters and use them. Yeah, this would be great for me as an engineer, a solution like that. Thank you.
Есть ли еще вопросы?
Кто-нибудь еще проснулся?
Any other questions? Is anyone else awake? Let's talk. Talk to me.
Ну, как будто бы все тогда.
Ну тогда давай награждай.
Спасибо большое.
It looks like that's it for now.
Да.
Okay.
Из двух
Now we are going to give awards. There were two questions and both get the gifts. Now, can you walk onto the stage, please?
К сожалению. Так, можете поднести? Так, книжечку, я думаю, вот сюда вот.
Да.
I believe here is the book.
Каждому по пакетику, пожалуйста.
Everyone is getting a bag. Everyone should get a bag.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Вернемся после перерыва.
We'll be back after the break for the second slot. Thank you.
Друзья, давайте продолжать.
All right, dear friends, let's continue.
Напоминаю, что за лучшее...
We have the second presentation.
Давайте
I'll remind you again that we'll give some prizes for
расскажет про
the best question. Our next speaker is Maxim Popov. He'll tell us about security platform engineering.
Да, всем привет.
Hello, everybody.
Меня и правда Максим Попов зовут.
Indeed, I am Maxim Popov.
DevSecOps в Магните.
Right now, I am the head of the DevSecOps team at Magnet. My experience in this area is about 6 years. I was working on the platform for 4 years and on the platform for 4 years, and I will share my vision. My vision about that. Okay, so let's start. What is a platform as such? All right, we have to figure this out in order to speak more in depth. You probably know about platforms related to other industries, automobile industry, for instance. So platform as such is introduction, or rather taking some repeatable patterns out of the production process, okay? So there is something that we do all the time when we assemble our product. And we take it out from the production line in order not to repeat this every single time. So if we talk about the characteristics of the platform, it's reuse of patterns. And if we talk about platform engineering, we talk about the infrastructure. That is to say, we reuse the infrastructure patterns that we use for the development. Everybody uses Kubernetes, everybody uses databases, and so on and so forth. So all of these patterns are compiled into the services that we provide. And they are supported by a delegated team of maintenance that support the services that we offer to the clients. A small remark: a platform works well if it's a seamless thing, and sometimes a company may have several platforms. I don't know to what extent this solution is workable. It's something I certainly would not want to deal with. Talking about the cybersecurity in the context of the platform. What does it gain from platform use? The same thing as IT get. That IT, it's standardization of development, the predictability, and it's. If we talk about IT, standardization simplifies onboarding of the development. It makes the development less costly, and there is quality control of the application. Again, it's predictability of the infrastructure. You know the problems you have to deal with. The problems are being resolved. There is a centralized method of problem solution. And also there are end-to-end metrics on development and operation, because the infrastructural objects tend to repeat themselves. If we talk about the cybersecurity, we have a unified track on secure development. Again, simplified onboarding of our people. We can connect the different testing means and test for the security. We can basically introduce them on the development stage. Talking about predictability, it's known behavior of the platform element and ability to detect anomalies. And again, the end-to-end metrics are very useful here. So the metrics of security are tied to the metrics of the platform, and they're easier to deal with in this case. The connection is much more clear between the platform and the security in terms of metrics. I'll give a few services. So we'll have infrastructure as a service, that is to say, provision of Kubers, virtual platforms as infrastructures where we can deploy our applications without the need to configure the environment. So basically, we have a database where we upload our data. Database as a service, when we provide the pre-configured pipelines. And there are different options of service in terms of security. The simple is the user sample. When we so that's a user sample when we deploy a service, and we give the management to the user. So we don't really care what the user does with it later on. Then there is sample platform sample when we deploy it, but we do not give the user the complete control over this instance. So we maintain and support it ourselves. The user basically puts content into it. So it's important when we have one instance, one platform, one Kubernetes delegated to one user. Why is this important? Because there is a shared service sample. When we have one big service, let's say Kubernetes, which we share among different users. So let's talk about pluses and minuses. The user sample pluses are that it's fast, it's cheap, and it does not need a lot of resources for maintenance. But there are a lot of minuses. Somebody from the information security system can basically annul the access rights, and if we talk about platform samples, individual platform samples, the pluses contain, or rather include, isolation, because we do not, we give the access rights only to the platform team and the development team, which means that from the point of view of service, we have less load, and that's it. Now, talking about the drawbacks, the cost of the service increases because there are more service units in this case. You need more control spots from the cybersecurity point of view, and there are more bottlenecks in this case. If we talk about the shared sample, its pluses reflect the pluses and minuses of a single platform sample. So there is isolation that can't be compromised. So how we make sure that AAS is reliable and safe? Well, it depends on what service we're talking about. But if we are to speak about general patterns, so first of all, it's the introduction of the tools of testing and security into the platforms such as AST, ASOC. They're easy to introduce into the platform. They're easy to scale. Since we understand which images we are deploying, what it is that we're giving to the users as infrastructure,
обеспечивать контроль целостности.
It's easy for us to
понимать, что нам
to provide the
что-то не внедрили и прочее.
the control of wholesomeness
Но мне кажется, все-таки классный паттерн, когда мы
and unified assembly.
принципов движения артефакта от
We know the principles of an artifact transfer from development to production, so we have an opportunity to assemble it just once and test it in different environment.
вот. Golden Image
Golden image
может касаться не
is also a good point,
контейнеров, у меня здесь в скобке взято.
and
Это
I
касаться, в принципе,
do not
любых,
talk only about the container image. That's why it's in parentheses.
сервиса. Мы можем
It refers to all
всегда
service
держать,
instances. We can maintain and update them,
обновленный даже
and we can maintain the user's infrastructure in a
без того, чтобы пользователь об этом.
constantly renewed state without the user even knowing about it.
Единый инструмент логирования и мониторинга тоже классная история, когда мы все можем
And also unified tools of logging and monitoring.
Все логи видеть сразу со всех систем, все
That
мониторить.
is to say, we see on the logs on all the systems, we monitor them,
Радуются, но в том числе для инфобеза это тоже очень полезная история.
and this is a very good feature for cybersecurity,
К Сиему
right? For instance, when we automatically
security гейты, как контроль и качество безопасности, как на CI
put all the systems into SIEM. And finally, the security gates
конфигом и прочие истории.
on different configs.
Историю.
It's also a very good platform solution.
То есть мы можем контролировать
That is to say, we can control
объем инфраструктуры, который у нас переходит
infrastructure. It's all
от одного жизненного
all infrastructure
к другому.
from one phase of the product life cycle to the other. The automatic runtime protection to the container security platform, again, without
Отличная штука.
user knowledge, the user gets the protection. It's good. A centralized control of the security policies is also implemented well.
Потому что он очень хорошо подходит.
I want to refer to Kuber all the time.
Но
The Kuber is a great thing to platformerize. Admission policy, the network policy
через, например,
that it has
Kubernetes можем раскатывать автоматически на очень большой
can be rolled out onto a great number of commands, which does not affect the development a lot.
Уже отдельно хочется выделить историю с секретами.
I'd like also to talk about secrets a little bit.
Почему-то это очень такая
So somehow secrets have
сложная
become
тема в реальной разработке.
a difficult
получается. Но
issue to develop in a number of products. But if we talk about the platform, we can provide ready patterns, such as vaults, for instance, so that the users wouldn't have to think how to store their secrets. We provide them the tools, we provide them the pattern instructions, and then they can work with that.
Сквозная ролевка.
End-to-end role model.
Здесь вообще довольно большая тема, потому что, на мой взгляд,
It's a big subject, frankly speaking. I think the most adequate pattern is to give the developer access to all service samples. So basically, a developer of project one, right? So he should be given access rights, which would allow him to go into the platform, Kubernetes integration instruments, databases. This makes the user experience better, and at the same time, excuse me.
Да, при этом позволяет
And at the same time,
там, не бояться за то, что у нас кто-то где-то назначил лишний доступ просто за счет автоматизации.
we don't have to worry that somebody
Там, условно,
has given somebody else additional access rights. All of this is
которые мы
automated, and the access level is determined from the get-go.
у разработчика
from the start.
нет доступа на продуктивные кластера, но есть там расширенный
So the developer do not have access to production clusters, for
доступ
instance.
на прод и на разворачивание что-то в продуктиве есть только у какого-нибудь там DevOps, админа, кого-то более доверенного,
So
например.
DOps or admins have access to those.
База знаний обычно у всех платформ.
Knowledge database.
База знаний, Confluence, что-то.
All platforms have some kind of knowledge database where they provide instructions for the users.
Не знаю, халтушки и прочую историю. А вот сюда
Some kind of help
здесь тоже очень хорошо входит.
functions. So
Сказать, как правильно
cybersecurity
что какие более безопасные
is pretty compatible with this. We can provide the list of patterns that we consider most secure and educate the user about the cybersecurity issues. Since this is something that the development team does,
по факту.
we basically increase cybersecurity awareness through the platform tools.
Экзотические истории формата.
Then we have some exotic things, such as
через архитектуру как
validation of architecture patterns through the architecture, through AIC.
очень много вариантов, как
It all depends on specific service.
до того, как это в принципе даже попадет к пользователю. Но
We can put it into the platform before it gets to the user.
такой список.
So this is the list.
И хочется еще тогда рассмотреть пример того, как мы в принципе
Well, then
можем строить
let's
сервисы с точки зрения
discuss
безопасности.
a few examples of how we build our services from the point of view of cybersecurity.
Первый вариант разворачивания, когда мы просто разворачиваем виртуалку, на нее ставим базу, отдаем.
Let's say we deploy virtual management, virtual database, and give it to the user. What can we do with that? How does this work?
Мы туда сразу можем подключить какие-то СЗИшки базовые.
So basically, we can connect some information security system things into this.
И сразу
We can
там предоставить
connect it into monitoring, to logs,
в минимальном
and
объеме, необходимо.
firewalls in the minimum amount that it's needed.
И несмотря на то, что пользователь имеет туда админский доступ, может что-то поломать.
And despite the fact that the user has an admin access rights and it can break something,
уже
it may
можем работать.
not, and we can always monitor it later and work with this.
Где крутится само
Let's say we have the
приложение?
base.
Крутится у нас
Right now,
в кубе.
let's talk about the application. The application is running in Kubernetes.
Например, разворачивается платформенной командой под отдельную команду, но поддерживается платформенной командой. Что
And the Kubernetes is supported by the
можно
platform
туда сразу
command.
добавить?
So what can we add here in terms of the information security?
В базе
Everything that we had on the database, that is to say ISC, monitoring logs.
Там политики безопасности, эти
We also can add security policy here, admission policy, network policy.
и здесь пользователь уже это не сможет отключить.
And in here, the user will not be able to turn it off
Привязка ролевой модели,
because it's tied to the role model.
что мы там условно на Дэве даем всем команде доступ, а на продуктиве только.
Because on the development stage, we give access rights to all team, and on the product stage, just to some people.
Через
And we can connect it to LDAP
чтобы не было
in order to control the
сразу
catalogs,
контейнер security
so there wouldn't be
мониторинги, все смотреть.
local control. Container security platform, we can connect it to Vault
И
right away.
какой-нибудь куберовый провайдер прикрутить и дать инструкции тому, как
And to add some Kuber provider here, provide the instruction of how to get the secret from the
довольно
vaults.
большой объем работы с точки зрения информационной безопасности у нас проделан.
From the point of view of cybersecurity, this is already
Даже сделать не успели.
and mind that the user hasn't even
Мы
done a thing.
наше приложение через какой-то
And then this application is delivered through some kind of CI/CD,
вот, в который, например, у нас единый, и у нас просто отдельные
which is unified,
области в нем для
which has different project areas for different teams.
ее пайплайна,
Let's say Team 2 and its pipelines deliver
вот этот вот наш кубер.
something into the Kubernetes. So we can join the vault that will have credentials from the Kubernetes so that we won't have to add manually later on because platform knows about it. We connect it to LDAP.
И, собственно, позволяем, кстати, сразу работать. Ну и можно это шлифануть сразу инструментами application security тестинга.
And we can also apply application security testing tools to it, so that the pipelines that deliver whatever information to our Kuber
были включены проверки безопасности. Это сразу там в какой-то
would have the
прочее.
cyber testing,
Довольно хороший инструмент,
cyber security testing.
с помощью каких-то общих пайплайнов, там какой-нибудь shared library в Jenkins или что-нибудь такое.
If we use the shared pipeline, we can include security gates into the system in order to deploy the product only from a specific pipeline that has been subject to multi-cybersecurity testing.
Безопасности quality гейты не выполняются и, соответственно, не ронять, если выполняются. Вот. Примерно то же самое. Тут тезис.
Well, that's it. If you are interested in the presentation, please scan the QR code. But let me give you a minute for that.
Все.
And basically, that's all I had to say. I hope my presentation was to your liking, and I will be happy to answer any questions,
Максим, спасибо.
should there be any. Thank you, Max. Questions?
Справа микрофоны.
The mics are on the left and
Проходи.
on the right. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Да, Максим, спасибо за доклад.
Yes, Maxim, thank you very much for the presentation. This is the question that I have.
Моментах, связанных непосредственно перед тем, как формируются все пайплайны, там происходит скан кода. И о двух там способах, да, SAST и DAST.
There are two ways
Такой концепции, которая
to do that.
была вами представлена, нужен
So the concept that you referred to at the later part of your presentation, does it give room for the statistical analysis of the code? Because if I understood you correctly, all the security tools have been already deployed, all the processes are ready, and if the developers want to introduce something on the pipeline level, they will be cut off.
Спасибо за вопрос.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Statistic analysis of the code, yes, is happening on the pre-configured pipeline. The pre-configured pipeline already has all the necessary cybersecurity testing tools. We can put a lot of them into it. So once they're there, they're running themselves. We check the results. We see whether the results correspond to our criteria.
Чтобы в любом пайплайне у разработчиков были эти проверки, чтобы они сразу на этапе написания кода находили проверки, эти уязвимости, там shift-left, вот это вот все наше любимое тоже. Здесь это уже скорее история про инструменты, которые нам позволят.
But then we talk about additional platform tools which would allow us to detect the vulnerabilities in a centralized manner as a platform at the level of the whole platform.
Всем привет. Хороший доклад.
Thank you. It was a great presentation.
Оркестрируете самими сканерами. То есть есть ли какой-то инструмент?
How do you run your scanners? Is there a tool of correlation of the triage that you do? Well, there can be several approaches to this. In the platform where I used to work previously, there was a special tool for that. There are some open source as well as commercial platforms which allow you to do that. I
Здесь
saw some
зависит от ваших
variations where replications were done manually. It depends on your tasks.
SPM-платформу, которая будет все
I
делать.
think you should take a commercial SPM platform that will do everything for you. All you have to do is upload the results, and then you will have the replicated results, or the results of the security gate, for instance. And then you can play around with it. But then it depends greatly on the specifics of your infrastructure. But these are the tools that I would use. How is it done in your case?
Компании как это? Вы сами это сделали?
In your company, did you write those programs yourselves, or did you use the open source? Right now, I have a commercial SPM solution. Are you happy with it?
Спасибо.
I am.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you for your response.
Есть ли еще вопросы?
Are there any more questions?
Так, ну тогда, Максим, давай выберем из двух
Окей.
вопросов лучший.
Then,
Для того, чтобы
out of these two questions, you have to select the best, Max.
Пайплайн, хороший вопрос. Вот.
I like the pipeline question.
попросить подойти к...
The pipeline question. Author, please come up here for the prize.
Круто. Максим, спасибо за доклад. Давайте.
Maxim, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's give a round of applause to Maxim.
Следующий у нас слот в 13:00. Сейчас перерыв на обед.
The next slot will start at 13:00 hours. Right now we have the lunch break, so hopefully we'll see you all later on.
продолжать. Мы возвращаемся после перерыва. Кто к нам только присоединился, мы сегодня здесь про DevOps.
Who have just joined us, let me remind you that we are talking about DevOps. Our next speaker is Alexey Knyazhev.
Всем привет.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexey Knyazhev, and today I'm going to talk about how we brought down to zero the OpEx for accepting Kubernetes clusters for the databases. I work in Savito, and I moved from a product developer to a platform engineer, and now I'm developing the platform of DBAS, and I spoke about that in the last event. And I'm interested in Kubernetes and beer. Let's first look at what DBAS is, specifically at Avito. Then we'll talk about how we Kubernetes to work with the databases. Then let's look at how we accept clusters for DBAS, and then how we automated the process. Let's start with DBAS and what is DBAS at Avito right now. First of all, DBAS is the database as a service, which means complete automation of the life cycle with the databases from deployment to delete to archiving, and it means that there is no cognitive load on the product developers, so they don't work with databases. They just write one command in the terminal, they click on enter, and they have the full base. The deploy service is fully ready with all the configurations, and we use Kubernetes for DBAS. Why Kubernetes? Because it has quite a lot of the ready-to-use automations, a lot of open source solutions that can be used as an inspiration. And as is, Kubernetes also makes servicing the hardware easier. And so what the product, the engineer has on the computer, they have the same in the clusters. And so we can deploy the databases and we won't think about the discrepancies. And you can have a look at the numbers, and definitely the data is not complete, but you can see that the number of created storages is increasing. The numbers are not here, but for Redis and PostgreSQL, it's more than 20,000 created.
Если не ошибаюсь, около 4000. И связано
services per year, and that's a lot more than, for example, you can see that at Avito we have more than 4,000 microservices, and those rise in the product branches, and it's quite a significant number and rising. Now we have 4,600 active storages of 4 technologies supported on the platform right now. We're planning 7 more, and we have 11 Kubernetes clusters. Our plans for the future are features like sizeless databases, such as OK, which we are introducing right now. And we also expect to do the service in databases where we are more about availability, and it is the result interscaler, and we have a lot of other features that I'm not going to cover right now. So let's have a look at how we use Kubernetes and how we launch the bases there. I am not going to talk in detail about how we work in multi-DC paradigm, because this will take too much time. So a small meme for you to relax a little bit, and let's move on. To begin with, we wanted to understand how to do the persistent storage of data, and for this, we were using the technology which is called CSI, Container Storage Interface, and we chose Topo LVM. It creates persistent volumes with the usage of LVM, Logical Volume Managers. It supports dynamic provisioning and volume expansion without downtime. This was extremely important because often the users ask us to increase the disk space for their databases, and Topo LVM does that seamlessly and without downtime. Besides, Topo LVM ensures the isolation of volumes on the level of block units, and it has the integration with the Kubernetes planner, so you cannot really share the pods to the nodes without enough capacity. And we also run against a problem. Sometimes we see that if one of the applications it takes too many resources, one of the replies of the databases, they start using too much CPU, then the other applications launched on this node start degrading. In Kubernetes, there are native ways to limit the CPU and the storage. So what you do when your neighbors are too noisy, you limit the shared resources. And we also have to work on the disk and network arrays. And so we developed our own instrument that is called a Netochka, and it works with the basis where we want this. It is based on the TC utilized. It works in the sidecar container mode. It exports all the necessary metrics to for the network, and it reads the configuration of a YAML. And we also developed the input-output adjuster. It is based on the C group V2. It works in the daemon set A. It responds to the creation of pods on the node and exports all the necessary metrics for the input-output, and it works top-notch. Then we ran against the issue of servicing the equipment. Before I said that Kubernetes makes it somewhat easier when we need to do something. We can train it, and then we can download it, upload it, etc. But we have the databases. We cannot just depopulate the database. We have a certain storage launched in 3 replics, and for some reasons 2 are available, and something happened to one of them. And we turn off one of those replicas, and the database falls apart. And DBase descheduler helps us with that. So when we try to evict a pod, which works together with the API, then this DBS descheduler decides whether it is possible to depopulate, to migrate from a certain node, and it can be a no, and then we will not depopulate a certain node. And DBS descheduler used
опять по каким-то причинам.
Kubernetes drain and eviction API, and we are going to have an Avito database meetup. Please scan the QR code. And so what happens when we accept a cluster? Let's see what our Kubernetes cluster consists of for database and how the acceptance happens. There are a lot of components there, and probably the most conceptually important is the database operator. They are important because they raise the bases based on our control plane. They create services, config maps, etc., everything that is necessary for the database, and they make sure that the deployment is useful. Then we have Yoba, then we have GBase descheduler and console agent, which we need for database discovery work and update information in the console agent, and that's how database discovery operates. Then we also have the Topo LVM and plugin CSI for all the external things. And what's important here is that we don't set up the clusters ourselves. We get them from one of the neighboring teams, and one of them provides Kubernetes as a service. We get those clusters and top LVM and the agent. The VM agent are external, the rest is in-house. Apart from that, when we get clusters, we need to make sure that there is integration with a general database so that they could talk to each other. And in the storage, we need to make sure that there is the capacity node, and the nodes should have the right tains so that we can delineate the pools and the hardware where we can launch those databases are different. There is hardware where we only launch Redis, and there are others allocated, and we use tains for that in pools. And the tains should be aligned with equipment configuration, because if we have some Nedison node, it can respond that the database is not working correctly because of the wrong configuration. The nodes should be tuned incorrectly. Everything can be fine in terms of hardware, but there can be some fine tunings, like the rate, for example. Besides, it's important to have the right certificates for the
они чувствительны к расхождению часов, и может стать плохо. Немного про генерацию SAN-сертификатов. Стоит отметить, что
and as to the validity of SAN certificates, our storages talk to each other by using TLS, and same is true for the services. Same is true for the SAN certificates. To generate secrets and certificates, we keep all of this in Alt, and we use our own plug-in. So whenever we need to do anything, we start the process of generating secrets and certificates. We use the domain names with the replica of the set. It's the same as the number of the shard, the name of the storage, and in the domain name there is a mention of the cluster. And if in the new cluster there is no domain name, if it is launched in this cluster, then other replicas certificates of this. Storage will not be able to talk to it. And what is the acceptance of the cluster? At the beginning, we made sure that the tools were there, that the capacities are there, and that top LVM is there. And then we entered Jira tasks, and it could take up to 2 days. Then we install our own components, such as Yoba console, etc. And then we launch a huge script which pre-generates all the SEN certificates, and it takes about a day. And if everything works, then we can migrate the test storage to this cluster, and we start using it. And so where is the issue? As you can see from the slide, you don't really want to work with loads of Java manifestos. It takes a lot of work. You have to make a branch copy-paste manifestos, and it should be error-free. Otherwise, it can result in interesting debugs. You have to wait for a review, and we have a lot of components, and I have not named all of them, but you are probably already tired. Besides, we have a lot of requirements for the provided Kubernetes clusters, and so according to Murphy law, if anything can go wrong, it will. And from time to time, everything goes wrong. Some of the requirements are not met, and issues start. As to accepting the clusters, so right now we have 11 clusters, and we accept them quite often because there are changes in infrastructure and issues with scaling up, and at least 3 are in the pipeline during the year. We'll have more to come. And we also spend the whole main sprint on accepting the clusters. We also spend a lot of our energy whenever we need to debug. We make mistakes in copy-pasting manifestos, and when it's sort of works, then anything can go wrong. These are the feelings we have, and so the idea is it would be great to do some automation. Let's see what we are doing. To begin with, we decided to automate the checks of clusters and worker node, and we have KubeHealthy, which is popular in the company. It enables launching pods with the scripts of checks, and used on the exit codes from these pods, you can have the check status. It's not very convenient for specific worker nodes, but this is not suitable for us, but it covered all of our tasks to check the overall clusters, for example, to make sure that cluster is part of the overall DNS. There is also a node detector, which can check nodes, but it's bad about checking in the runtime. So we have to work with a plugin and mount pods with the node problem detector, but still it covers some of our issues. We decided to use KubeHealth for the checks, and for the nodes, we wanted to find something else, so we decided to do it ourselves. Where the grass will be greener, it will export all the necessary metrics, work fine, and customize easily in the runtime. So it is a node validator, a pretty simple one, and one of the most important requirements. Until the node is ready, we should not load storage on this node, but if it ready and it has a storage, then we cannot just make it unavailable for planning. So the first
так как для нее
attempt was Yoba, and since it's important to have the disk input-output when we have a new worker node, the Yoba cuts it off, and then when we do that, after it is checked, the node becomes available for planning. It works well. We get the nodes and we see that either it is banned and then nothing will work there, or otherwise we see that the capacity of the disk and we can use it. We looked at that and put together a full-fledged tool that is a node validator, and this customizes in runtime, and this is the manifesto for the checkup. What we have here, apart from the namespace, we have the priority of checking. If it is a priority, here it is true, and if one of the things doesn't work, then the node is blocked for scheduling. It has a special taint. If it is not a priority, then it doesn't impact the scheduling. And we also have a certain interval, and there is also the JQ for checking the sample of the nodes.
Тут можно заметить, что это метрика.
Nodes sample, and we check if the node is alive. This is a metric, and we decided to use these metrics because for a higher level solution, there were enough metrics, and besides, it doesn't result in the higher workload for the cluster the way it used to be before. And the in-depth checks are launched by the team that provides us with the Kubernetes. And here is how it works. For example, we have two nodes and we have a node validator. We create a new resource, node validation, then it launches from time to time the checks of the right nodes. So they would select the nodes to check, then they will get from Prometheus the metric, compare it to the benchmark that is in the node validation, and on this basis that they create a custom resource node validation result. It's very simple. It has the namespace and the name, the namespace, and success or fail status. And you also have the conditions, which are more or less a native approach. If all the checks are fine, then the taint is removed. If it fails, then there is a taint for the node. And this happens only at the acceptance at the launch. And when the node is already operating, we don't taint nodes. And this helps us to make sure that we don't fix what is working and we don't launch what is not. And here you can see a beautiful dashboard, and there is the cluster with issues and 10 nodes have network errors. Actually, it turns out there was an issue with monitoring. Now it is all fine. Now let's have a look at the second part of the automation. once we automated checking, we decided to go into automating the deploy. It was sad and disgusting, and we use Argo CD for this. We write in the repository the manifestos. We create the project in Argo CD, and then it works fine. And before that, we use customization. And when we need to do a new cluster, we would have a new customization, write parameters, etc.
В Argo CD есть все, что нужно.
It turned out that Argo CD has all of it to automate the deploy components, to deploy components in the multi-cluster environment. This is
Основных частей. Первое — это генератор.
play set, and it has generators to create projects in Argo CD so that we can find the clusters, and Yoba is going to be deployed only in the clusters with a special marker, and it is true. In the generator, you can also set up certain parameters if we want to vary some parameters, or there is the blueprint for projects, and this is the policy of synchronization, sources, etc. And a useful feature was also to have a simple option for using the template of a project. We have application Yoba with the application set, and as the result of processing the application set, and Argo CD creates applications. We don't do anything for the new cluster. We make sure that the dashboard is green and it works beautifully for us. But there is one last issue. The certificate, yes, automatic deployment and automatic checks and dashboards, but the script of certificates which you have to work for, this hurts. We created tasks for adding clusters in the configuration. We decided to take it for ourselves. So we have a special tool in our login, and this is what you have in the console utilized. So we move this to the right, and we have a new cluster. So in the system, we have a user. They register the cluster in our main control plane, DBS. Then we see that there is a new cluster created, and then the service that is responsible for the integration response, and our plugin adds the configuration to the new cluster. And what about regeneration of the certificates? The replicas of the storages use the TLS. We use some certificates in the subject alternative names. So we have the possible domain names for our replica storages. If some cluster name is not there, it means no service or cluster can talk to it well. And we used to regenerate the names, and now we do it in a different way. So again, we have a user who decides to change the distribution of replicas, and if it is a new storage which was created after we did this cluster, then in the configuration of the plugin it is there. And so the certificates will initially be valid, and so it is relevant for the storage. It means that we want to pull one replica from one cluster to the other, then we use this handle. We have the console utility for this, and that's what it looks like. We have reduced one storage in 3 clusters. If we want to change something, we delete the first cluster, we show a new cluster, and then the distribution changes. Then the DBS automatically sends the message that the distribution changed, and the regeneration is launched automatically. And it looks like it is all nice and good. But where is the issue? The thing that you see there on the screen is, in essence, the list of the ongoing set of replicas of the storage, which are in one and the same cluster. In the slide, you can see the process for moving the replicas. And we have one in progress, which is being deployed now, and others are pending. And one more is deletion pending. We will delete it after the migration. And what does it look like? We have MBR, and we move then we deploy it first, and then we use the configuration to cluster 3. Then we make changes in the second cluster, and we remove this. And this is similar to rolling update.
Проблема в чем? Что формально
So
у нас
what's the
возможна
problem
такая
here?
ситуация,
Well, the problem here
когда
that formally
до того, как
we can
сертификаты
have a situation
перегенерируются, в общем-то,
before the
вследствие синхронной
regeneration
природы
of
событий,
certificates,
у нас
because the
ролик апдейт
nature of the
пойдет
events
дальше.
is
То есть он пройдет через
asynchronous.
все реплики,
The update will
удалится
continue to go
старая
on.
реплика, а к
It will
новой
go
мы не
through all the
сможем подключиться, потому
replicas,
что
and it will
сертификаты
delete the old
перегенерировались.
replica, whereas we won't be able to join.
Мы
How to
сделали
avoid
такую
this?
штуку. У нас, в общем-то, есть такая
Well, this is
схема,
what we
что
decided to do.
роллинг
We have
апдейт
a
переходит на следующий
scheme
этап, когда
according to which the
оператор
rolling update
сообщает нашему
only
control
goes to the
plane
next
о
stage,
том,
where the
что реплика, в
operator
общем-то, закончила
reports to the
обновляться,
control
у нее все
plane that
хорошо,
the
и
replica
хелстчеки
is
тоже
finished
все успешно.
replicating. Updated,
Выглядит это
rather.
примерно так, что
All the checks are
оператор
good.
баз данных периодически
This is
дергает
how it
хелстчеки
works.
у
The
агента
database
базы.
operator
Им сделали так, что агент
periodically
базы просто ходит в
goes up
файловую
to host
систему и
checking.
проверяет сертификат.
So
Просто
now
смотрит
it goes
потом
into the
текущий
file
кластер,
system and
есть
checks the
сертификация или
certificate.
нет. Если нет, то хелстчек
If
провалит.
there is
Если
no
есть, то хелстчек успешен.
certificate in the cluster, then
Реплика
the
работает и
host
готова
check
к работе.
fails.
Ну, естественно, если
If
все остальные
there is
проверки
one,
прошли.
it's good.
И только после этого мы отвечаем
And only
на
after
rolling update
this,
как completed. И
we
таким
think
образом
that
мы
rolling
защитили себя
update
от
is
ситуации,
complete.
когда перенос реплики
By doing
из
this,
вот
we
этой вот всей
protect ourselves from the
штуки с
situation when
сертификатами ломает нам
a
хранилище.
replica rollover
Каких мы
destroys
добились
our
результатов?
DWH.
Мы сократили
So what are the
инструкцию
results?
кластера.
Well, first of all,
Примерно с
the
18
instruction of
пунктов до 2.
cluster
Время
acceptance
приемки
was
сократили
reduced from
примерно с
18
трети
points
человек
to 2.
испытал на один кластер до практически нуля. То есть, если
The
раньше
time
это
of
вот была вот эта
acceptance
большая
was
инструкция,
also reduced from
сейчас, когда к нам
1/3
приходит кластер, нам
of
надо его просто зарегать в платформе.
sprint
Это одна
to
команда
almost zero.
и смотреть, как у нас
So
все
we
хорошо.
basically
Вот.
have
Ну,
just
если
one
что-то
command
вдруг
which
пойдет
we
не
use
так,
and see
просто взять
whether everything
ошибку
works
и
well.
послать ее ребятам, которые дали
If not everything works well, we'll just send this error to the guys who gave us the
дежурного пойти к
Kubernetes.
психиатру. Ну, по крайней мере, мы на это надеемся.
Well,
Исключили
we
ошибки
decreased the desire of the guy on shift to go to his
случаи, которые раньше не
psychiatrist,
открывались никакими проверками.
and we are now
улучшилось.
covering with automated tests in
Что
those
можно
areas
сказать
which have
вместо
not been covered
заключения?
before.
Ну,
By way of
во-первых,
conclusion,
база
I would
данных
say
Kubernetes
the
это не
following
страшно.
thing.
Kubernetes
Well,
имеет
first of all,
достаточно
database in
классных
Kubernetes
примитивов для
is not
работы с
really that
stateful приложениями.
frightful. Kubernetes has a lot of
Даже для
primitives to
десятков
work with
тысяч баз
stateful
данных. Argo CD тоже
applications.
топчик. Работать с
Kubernetes is a top
сертификатами не
program
топчик, не
for
понравилось. Для
tens of
Kubernetes есть
thousands
много готовых
of
решений. Если
database.
смотреть на проверку
Argo
кластеров,
CD is one of the top one.
Health, Not Problem Detector.
It has a lot of
Но если что-то
solutions.
вдруг не подходит, в целом, на самом деле, не
If
так страшно
something
написать самим,
doesn't-
если есть на это
It's not
ресурс.
to your liking, it's okay, you can always do it yourself. You can write it, you
Итак,
can
всем
have resources
спасибо.
for that.
На
Please
слайде
go
мои
ahead.
контакты и
Thank you very much. You see my
QR-код на слайде.
contacts on the slide.
Кому надо, можете отсканировать. И на следующем слайде
You
будет
can scan it,
QR-код
and
для
the
оценки
next
документов.
slide
Алексей, спасибо.
opportunity
Задавайте вопросы.
to
Слева, справа
evaluate my
микрофоны. Лучший
presentation.
вопрос, приз.
Thank you, dear friends. Let's ask the questions now. We might just go inside. Right? The best
Проходи.
question for us. Go ahead.
Да, привет всем. Скажи,
Yes, hello
получается,
to
персистентное
everybody.
хранение на нодах куба
So what about
реализовали,
persistent
правильно?
Да.
storage
Ну,
on
наверняка у Авито
Kubernetes
есть как
nodes?
бы
That's what
инфра,
you do,
которая
yes. Yes.
предоставляет там
But
кластерные
NVIDIA must have
SSD
infra,
на цефе или
which
там на чем-то подобном.
must
Смотрели в
provide
эту
you
сторону
cluster
и какие плюсы и минусы
EWH.
видели?
So looking for that
А,
production, yes.
Ну,
What
как
they
раз
do,
проблема в том, что у нас довольно узкий список
Well, the
таких
problem is
фичей.
that
То есть, по-моему, из
we
средств
have
персистентного
very
хранения в кубе у нас
small
сейчас
list
доступен только
exactly.
топ LVM. Там сейчас идут
Persistent
эксперименты по внедрению других технологий, но они
storage
как
in
раз таки вот
Kubernetes,
сейчас в процессе. Их
with
проводят, по-моему, как раз
limited
ребята, которые дают нам
experience.
вот, поэтому, да, там было еще какое-то сравнение решений, когда только вводили топ LVM, но на тот момент он дал наилучшую производительность и в целом удовлетворял нашим потребностям. Поэтому вот так. Но, возможно, в будущем что-то поменяется.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Еще?
Добрый день, спасибо за доклад. А как вы емкость планируете своих нод, которые вы заказываете у тех ребят, которые дают вам кубер?
Ну, тут на самом деле сложно вот так вот быстро ответить. Можем этот вопрос подробнее обсудить в кулуарах. Но если вкратце, то у нас есть некое прогнозирование потребления ресурсов. То есть у нас есть система биллинга. И есть некоторые статистические данные, то есть об использовании ресурсов наших кластеров, нод и так далее. И на основе, в общем-то, этих данных мы осуществляем приблизительный прогноз того, грубо говоря, сколько там в ближайшем году нужно будет там железа с учетом какого-то естественного роста. И исходя из этого железо заказывается. То есть вкратце это примерно так происходит.
И следующий вопрос. Собственно, кубовые ноды — это bare metal или на виртуализации они у вас сделаны?
Вообще у нас есть и те, вот, но преимущественно это bare metal.
Угу. Спасибо.
Спасибо еще. И как будто бы больше вопросов нет. Алексей, еще раз спасибо большое. Выбери, пожалуйста, лучший вопрос. Первый или второй.
Это сложно. Так, первый вопрос был про... СХДшки. Ну вот давайте его.
Подойди, пожалуйста, к
Okay, let's
книжечку.
Get the
award
book, okay?
the person who asked us with a book. Thank you
Well,
very
thank you
much.
once again for
Thank you.
the
14.
And the next
for the presentation. The
slot
next
is
slot is at
2
14
p.m.
hours.
Please
Please
join
come.
us.
Да.
Где это снять? Да?
Следующий наш доклад про инциденты расскажет Андрей Синицын. Давайте поприветствуем.
Раз. Во. Отлично. Друзья, здравствуйте. Спасибо, что вы пришли.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming here and listening to me.
Меня зовут Андрей Синицын, я работаю в компании Озон, и мы делаем платформу.
I work in Ozone. My name is Andrei Sinitsyn, and we do work on the platform. That is to say, we provide service that all Ozone services use. More than 2,000 product teams live on our platform. Okay, so I am the manager, I have the button in hand, and I'm responsible for everything. My experience in the industry is over 20 years. I started with development. For about 7-8 years ago, I switched towards management, and right now I am in charge of rather large commands, large teams. Okay, I was introducing Kubernetes in 2016. Why am I saying all this? I've gone through thousands of, well, maybe not thousands, but hundreds of incidents, small, big, difficult, not difficult. And I have discovered several principles that I adhere to and want to share with you. I want to tell you about the blameless culture. This is a world-known term. And this term is actually old. It was born at the end of the 80s in medicine.
Там, где ошибка, это натурально цена человеческой жизни.
Where a mistake can cost somebody life. I mean, we can make mistakes, our production will drop, our company will lose money. If a plane drops down, that's very, very sad. So the principles of the blameless were developed during the early 2000s by DevOps veterans, the guys who did a lot for this, and so they came up with the blameless culture. So I'd like to share with you my main thought. Difficult system cannot work with failures, okay? You cannot map out thousands and thousands of microscams communication. There will be some defects sooner or later. Sooner or later, some traffic will cause incidents. So blameless culture is an approach which treats mistakes and failures as an educational opportunity rather than punishing. You know the theory of dynamic chaos, the three-body problem and all that, don't you? The dynamic chaos is born by high sensitivity of the system. You see here the pendulum, two-stage pendulum right now, represented on the screen. On the right side, the initial value has been shifted with 0.1, and already we see the difference in the working. The same refers to the productions with lots of services, with servers, lots of microprocessors. They will be sensitive. Okay, you had a conflict and you had to take care of. You changed the value of something by a little bit, and potentially that can take your system out of balance. So it is not possible to build a system with a large number of communications and interactions without a mistake. So when you start developing the system, when you start supporting and maintaining it, you have to be ready for mistakes. Mistakes will happen and incidents will happen. And you have to be ready specifically if you are a manager. So the approach that I'm sharing with you today will help you to keep your team together. I think this is a managerial approach, but I'm sure it will be interesting for everybody. So my task as a manager is to help the team to cross over all bridges. All right, so blameless culture. We transform mistakes into development. Okay, some of the positions I close HR-wise for half a year. It's very hard to find a skilled specialist today. So when you lose a specialist like that, if you lose a loyal employee, this is harmful for the company and for the business. So you have to create the environment of comfort. This will increase the productivity, loyalty, and trust. You have to understand that blameless culture does not mean no punishments. There is always responsibility, and as engineers, as anybody who loves their profession, responsibility is a key thing. I love my profession. I like to do things well. And you have to understand that if I don't blame anybody, if we're all friends, it doesn't mean that there is no responsibility. If somebody makes a mistake, they have to pay for it. If it's B2C, it's okay. It's just lost money. It's not as bad as it looks. If it's B2B, then it's a lot of loss, financial loss. I worked with one of the federal ministries, and I took part in the drafting of the contract, and I can tell you that there is a lot of money, a lot of pennies to pay. So this should not happen. We're all grown-ups. We'll understand that, and once I was telling this story, and there was a guy, let's call him Vasily. Vasily thought that this is how he can behave, okay? So he didn't do all the tests and everything, so he basically failed. So we could offend, let's put it this way, Vasily really badly, but we were basically using my approach, and we were able to resolve the situation. So responsibility is the key here. It's not something that you're paid for. No, it's a feeling that should be inside you as an engineer, as a production manager, and you have to understand the responsibility will always be breathing at your neck. All right, so let's talk about the approach, traditional approach. Okay, any mistake has a name and the last name. This is the Soviet school: to find, to detect, to to humiliate publicly and everything. Everybody knows that when you are humiliated publicly, it kind of makes the team more solid, right? Okay, so this is the old approach. No, I don't think it's too good. So the traditional approach focuses on punishment. There's always somebody to be punished. And this is not just a single example. This is how people are made. When I punish somebody, I transfer the responsibility, okay? So it's not my fault, it's his fault. My approach is 180 degrees different, reverse. The team's mistake are my mistake. Because with an approach like this, does not allow you to learn to use the mistakes for learning, okay? Not a single test, none of the stories that you meant. I mean, you cannot go through all the production, which is hosted by tens of thousands of services. Okay. Now let's talk about the blameless approach. The focus is on learning, so we transform mistakes into learning opportunities, and that's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. When we're kids, we go to a playground, okay, to a sandbox. We play around, we make mistakes. A child can stick his fingers into a socket. This is all okay. This is maturing. The same applies to an engineer, from his first steps to senior engineer, and so on and so on. So a senior engineer has been into the incidents like that 35 times in his life already. He kind of stuck his fingers into the socket for 35 times before, so he knows what to expect. We talk about openness and transparency. It's important not to not to be afraid to say that something is broken, that something doesn't work, that somebody made mistake. So that's why we go through support and trust. A small picture which kind of summarizes the first section. Let's talk about the human nature. Okay, all of us are subject to cognitive deviations. Google it, cognitive deviations. There are more than 150 cognitive deviations. What are they? There are a certain pattern of behavior when person starts behaving irrationally. There is a wonderful book which says, think slowly, decide quickly. In 2002, the guy who wrote it got a Nobel Prize because he proved that when the decision is difficult, human beings stop acting rationally. So basically, there doesn't exist a guy who always decides correctly, who always trusts the graphs, okay, who always trusts the numbers. There are no people like that on Earth, believe me. This is objective truth. That's why the guy who wrote that got the Nobel Prize. We are subject to cognitive deviations, and there are 4 major ones that I'm going to address. I had an incident once. There was a guy, Dmitry, in my team who made a significant error. He made a config error. And the first reaction was like, oh, guy, okay, you fucked up again, Dmitry. Okay, Dmitry, again, Dmitry. Probably Dmitry has had some background. Well, when we started looking into this, we realized that Dmitry had nothing to do with it. Okay, so the configuration was difficult and nobody wouldn't be able to do it without mistakes. Interestingly enough, when another person made the same mistake after a time, he said that, oh, it's very difficult, I was tired and everything, so please don't blame me, I did a good job. This is called the fundamental error of attribution. This is one of the deviations that I'm sure you feel all the time. What does it mean? It means that somebody's errors are always explained by lack of competence, whereas if we make mistakes our own, we always invoke circumstances as to blame. You know, it happens in the family, it happens in work, it happens with your friends. Okay, let's take another example. An engineer called Paul, okay, dropped the service and he said, oh, it's in the database, okay, because yesterday we renewed the version, we did all the config, it's the database. So everybody goes into the database to find for the error, for the solution. They stick there for an hour and 2, then come out and they say, oh, everything's good. So basically, then what happens next? Basically, somebody else discovers that the error was in the routing rules. Okay, the second cognitive deviation is the bias. People will stick to their explanation. It's bias, and you can meet this in sociology really often. If you read English and read sociological papers, people are sort of apt to defend their own point of view. It has to do with the stock exchange, with any political events, and our work as well. So this is really important. Let's keep it in mind. Okay, again, we had a large-scale fuck-up, everything dropped down, and post-mortem engineers and managers started digging into it. And they say, oh, it was obvious. Wasn't it obvious that we needed to do backup here? We had to distribute something here. No, it was not obvious. If everything had been obvious, we would have bought Bitcoin in 2008. Okay, raise your hand. Who of you bought Bitcoin in 2008? Oh, just one person. My congratulations. Okay, so this is the backhand knowledge, so to speak, right? We all have great backhand knowledge. Okay, especially if you have a CEO over you who comes down to your office in order to scream at you. There are managers like that, we all know them, they can't be ignored. So, you have to ignore this cognitive deviation, nothing will happen. And the final cognitive deviation I want to bring your attention to, okay, let's say there was a renewal, a new version, everything was good, but almost good. There was just one mistake which was taken care of simply. And that little mistake had nothing to do with the difficulty of the system, with the tight schedule that we respected and everything. So this is the force of negative perception. That is to say, we are apt to give more weight to negative events, overlooking the positive. When it comes to me, I always focus at what the guys did well. My team, issues 2,000-3,000 releases per day. Some of them are simple, but some of them require a lot of work. So when I participate in things like that, I always try to encourage my guys, and I tell them, good job. And if something is not right, it's okay. It's a big volume of work. It's okay. We'll take care of it. Okay, so now let's switch to the practical side of it. Later on, I'll address how to solve the incidents, but right now, we'll talk about the behavior. So an incident is the most traumatizing thing. Any SRE, any DevOps knows that if a production drops, we have to answer the phone calls, we have to be online, we have to start finding the solution. So when an incident happens, I use the following approaches. All right? Instead of asking somebody to blame, we start looking for what to do. Okay, we try to understand what happened and how it could be done. It's good if you have the devil's advocate in your team, somebody who will sort of lead you astray on purpose. This should be a guy with iron balls, and we need a guy like that in the team so that the team would not fall into the cognitive deviation that I was addressing before. Okay, we have to keep the whole landscape in mind. So we don't say, oh, who is to blame? We say, oh my goodness, what a wonderful fuck up it was, right? But this phrase should be pronounced with a different tone of voice. That's very important. Please do not insult your colleagues, because you have to realize your colleagues are all stressed at this moment, at the moment of incident. I used to work in a company when 1 minute lag used to cost as a 2-bedroom apartment in Moscow, okay, at the time. So when fuck-ups happened, everybody was stressed, and we had to work, and we had to resolve them. So how do we do that? All right, each incident is an opportunity to learn more about your system, to learn more about the bottlenecks. I'll share a personal story with you. I was working in a startup. So we bought a small Chinese developer at the time, and we had to bring their service to us. They had the configs for 10,000 strings with the Chinese comments. The Google Translate somehow didn't work at the time. I did not understand why we need to look this up, because everything worked the way it was. Okay. So the financial director calls me in a month and says, Andrei, we're billed $100,000. Do you know what this is for? I say, no. What is this for? What's this? He says, for traffic. So we go there, we go to the server. I'm not going to indulge you with the technical details, but this service was burning the traffic like hell. And that's why we were billed $100,000. Okay, what could have I done? Sell my organs? No? No, but none of my organs would be enough to cover the bill. Okay, I said. And then my director, Dmitry Shkolnikov, if you are watching me, thanks a lot for everything you've done in my life. He said, Andrei, your learning curve just cost us $100,000. Do something about it, okay? Stop weeping, stop crying like a baby. So I went and did something about it. Okay, I went to a seminar. I dug into that traffic thing on top of my work, and I was able to bring down the cost of the company by 15%. So at the end of the year, we were actually on the upside, and I wasn't given a bonus. So why am I saying this? Because you have to have commitment. If there is no responsibility on the level of a specific engineer, it doesn't mean that there is no responsibility as such. There is connection between you and the business, you and your employee. And this responsibility, this connection should be much more than your labor contract. It should be normal human relations. All right. So I will tell you now how we take care of incidents in Ozone. So what is an incident? Incident is basically is a breach of service contractual service provision. We have an incident line that calls me, and it has a wonderful young girl's voice that says, "Hello, this is an incident, you have to take care of it." My wife was not happy when she picked up the phone at night. She thought it was somebody, I shouldn't be around with. So what can happen? Loss of data. There is a loss of data. It hurts, but it's not the worst thing. We all do backups, so today losing data doesn't happen that often. All right. The second factor that will give us damage is the user experience degradation. Okay, so they all collect metrics, KPIs, and everything, and we can really degrade the user's experience with one incident. I don't think we have a single app right now, maybe Taxi, Yandex Taxi, I think it was in February or March, they had a mistake. So they started charging people 500 times more. So you never tie your credit card to a service like this. Of course, they gave all the money back, but the people were in trouble. People lost money, but then Yandex Taxi lost money as well. And of course, there are reputational losses. And the reputational losses, at least in my book, are the most terrible because the competition is very high. So how does an incident happen? Okay, everything goes well, the users are using, the monitors are monitoring, everything is good. So it's important to understand that SRE people are not responsible for everything never to break. No, SRE people responsible for repairing something quickly if something breaks. So let's say something breaks, there is an incident, you cannot work normally, there is some kind of degrading, there is kind of damage. It's great if we found out this from our monitoring guys or monitoring system. It means that our monitoring system is very apt. It's much worse if we learn about that from the users. Okay, the business actually is the last, is the least flexible system in this regard. I will address this a little bit later. So what happens next? So we collect a team that has to take care of the incident. SRE product guys, basically any people who understand what was going on and can help you. You have to have a coordinator, okay? A coordinator is somebody who does not take part in the technical work. He is in charge of the timeline. He connects with the clients. He rotates the people. Incidents cannot always be resolved within 2 hours. Sometimes it takes days and even more days. So sometimes it is useful to change people so that those people who have been doing this for 12 people wouldn't go mad. I mean, I've gone through this. I understand what I'm talking about. So sometimes there is only one person can resolve the issue. Even in this case, the coordinator should, let him go have a smoke break, eat or sleep for 15 hours.
Мы не ищем причин.
Okay, it's not incident problem manager. We're not looking for the reason. We have to close, we have to resolve the incident. Our task right now is to bring the system back.
Собственно говоря, за это отвечают.
And the people who can do that are responsible for that.
Происходит, определяем severity,
So all of this is happening.
работают, координация.
So people are working, you trust everybody. The coordinator is communicating with the outside world, including business side, and he tells them what is going to happen. At the same time, he's keeping the time log. It is very important to write down everything that is happening because the information is hot during the incident. In 12 hours, you will forget 50% of the info. Tomorrow, nobody will recall anything, and you will never be able to figure out what happened. Okay, you can't do that to people. So a coordinator should be somebody who understands what's going on. He cannot be the product guy or a designer.
Не боится его.
It's a guy who is not afraid to talk to the business side of the company. Okay.
Собственно говоря, у нас инцидент кончился, мы завершаем
Okay, so let's say the incident is over.
команду и готовим посмотр.
Okay, we resolved it. We let everybody go.
Это самая важная вещь во всей этой истории, да? Это встреча.
So the most important thing
Мой коллега Вова
is
Витковский, руководитель
the
нашего
next
департамента, подробно
thing.
сказал,
All right.
что происходит в Озоне.
Vladimir Vitkovsky told you how this happens in our company, in Ozone. Look it up.
Самая важная часть во всей этой истории.
A post-mortem meeting is the most important part. Okay.
Инцидент-менеджмент переходит в проблем.
So this is incident where incident manager switches to problem management.
Проблему чинили в моменте, да? То проблем.
During the previous phase, we were taking care of the problem. So post-mortem meeting is the search for the root cause, for the reason of the problem, and for the actions to be taken for this never to happen again.
Один раз
In our company, a type of incident can only happen once. Anybody in our company can fuck up once, okay, with any collateral damage, but it should not happen again. Okay, so post-mortem is a very important thing. Don't procrastinate about it, okay? Don't do it just for the meeting's sake. No, you have to realize that this is very important for yourself, for your business, and for your team. What is happening during the post-mortem?
которые появляются по итогам инцидента, и которые надо сделать.
Well, we see some action. We go through the backlogs. These tasks have the highest priority, action items.
Инцидент может повториться.
Why? Because if this is not done, an incident can't repeat itself.
Чистит какие-то
Well,
логи.
perhaps the SRE right now is doing something with the prods, is cleaning some logs and everything. Yeah, so this has to be done quickly.
Анализ того, что произошло.
We have to conduct an investigation, a deep analysis of what has happened. Again, not to blame somebody, but rather to understand the root cause. I know that Yandex
Она у них там
right now has their own SRE GPT. It does the root cause analysis. Facebook has the same thing.
находит реально root cause.
Facebook discovers 47% only. Yandex discovers 80%. This is great. This is tough. So basically, they've invented a tool which helps people with this. It's like a detective story. You're digging into the product in order to understand what had happened. And as I mentioned before, do not blame people. Do not look for somebody to blame.
Они будут ныкаться,
People will try to hide what had happened. Okay? They will not tell you anything. And again, this is a potential
но если человек
reason
понимает,
to
что произошло, но знает,
repeat the incident in the future.
кажется об этом,
Okay?
это будет гораздо хуже. Экшн-айтемы — это очень важная история. Давайте поговорим, как
Action items are very important and they have to be worded in the right way. I already addressed the tone of voice and choice of words. All right? Try to keep emotions out.
нормально сформулируйте задачу,
Don't
что должно быть.
throw fuel into the fire.
Сделать то,
Start with the verbs. To do this, to do that, to maintain this, to roll out this, to repair this. Okay, and this is very easy for everybody.
потом с Agile, да, это мы просто вначале описываем тот результат, который у нас должен получиться в итоге после завершения.
Okay, and it's wonderful to use kind of the end result concept.
Так хорошо, так
This is a slide for those who like to take pictures. This is good, this is bad. I'm not going to read this. You can read through that yourself. And
делать нет.
mention that there are verbs that start all the sentences. Okay, external communication is also important. Who shall you tell about what happened?
А вся компания.
And not only SRE, everybody should be ready about that. Okay, you should give details, okay, to everybody, to the whole team. Somebody will learn more about their own system.
Руководители бизнес. Этим ребятам
And the managers and the businesses, you want to talk about the money, the metrics, about what went up, what went down. They don't care about the technicalities. They care about the numbers that they can use in their strategies and somehow use them in calculations. You can also make messaging for the company, and it will be external communication for the company. So you'd better run it by the PR. If not, then you just write about the incident, no details. We are great. We are doing the right things. As to the tone of voice, let's talk more about that. Let's avoid the words like catastrophe or the human error. Mr. Ivanov did something wrong. So something went down or up. You don't hide the problem. You shouldn't polish it or garnish it. Everything went down, but we fixed the coffee machine. Probably you shouldn't do that. You should say things as they are and never give exact names. This is bad. This demotivates people because you are working with the people. I hire people to work with them for years. I don't want to hire a person for 6 or 12 months. I want to work with people for 5 years. I want to have barbecues with them and baptize their children. So I never want to make them a scapegoat. As how do you do that? And let's try to talk about how you can do that. So bottom up and top down, a good mix. There should be somebody from the top management who should get involved, and the bottom up, the person who should drive this from the bottom. And this is how it works. And somewhere on the brink between these two, the culture will change. Show the numbers, the churn rate, the damage from the incidents and MTCR metrics, and the business will respond well if you can sell it well. And I'm sure that probably this cannot be done by file and rank engineer. This is somebody with the higher status in the company and who can sell it to their businesses. Start small. You don't want to do it for the whole company. You start with the small things. No, you work with a small incident, and through continuous improvements and post-mortems, you will drive the effort. And you need an ambassador, definitely, the person who will get a lot of things to do, but who will anyways will continue being involved, engaged, and care, and who at the end of the day will drive your IT and your production to the bright future. Okay, now let's talk finally about what I was talking about. This is a huge slide. There will be a lot of things there. So introduce the post-mortems. I love continuous processes, not just continuous integration and delivery. I improve documentation. I plan continuous processes with the people. It's about continuity. You do something day in, day out so that it rolls out, and have regular trainings. In Ozone, we include the central office and see what is happening. And at the beginning, we saw that we lost a lot of money. We exercise regularly. Now we can recover in 3 minutes for a huge marketplace. This is great. And at the same time, we are also doing the
взять протоколы. Обязательно.
workloads to test our
по которым вы идете, вы идете.
robustness. And you should avoid chaos. You should have a facilitator, and this person will stop those who want to shout, will ask questions, and will make sure that postmortems are useful, and do the audit of the complexity of your system. You will not be able to do it in one go, and it's great if it is a continuous process run every 6 months, and there should be high complexity areas that you look at on a regular basis and develop a plan to reduce this complexity. Ask the what and how instead of who and why. This is about the tone of voice, and separate the processes in problem management and incident management. They are very different, both very important. Incident management is the process when we repair what is broken. We are not looking for reasons why it is broken. We don't make communications for the business, and there are a lot of things we don't do. Our main task is to fix. This is an alarm, and the principles are different there. And there is the coordinator who is the manager, and they will untangle this, and then we will talk and identify the reasons. But those are two separate processes. First you fix, and then you investigate the reasons. And it would be great to tell people about the cognitive biases, have a small lecture, probably invite somebody, probably you can invite on your own, probably invite somebody, so that your whole team would understand what is happening about cognitive biases and why people respond differently under stress. And I have also prepared certain things for you to investigate, like Etsy is a well-known company, and they have the code of postmortem, and postmortem culture is also very useful. And when June dropped, and they launched their stream, and they did it in a live stream, and they improved their reputation in an engineering community for the company, like GitLab, which is about engineers, and Google also writes about postmortems, and T-Zone. Probably it's not a lot to use, but you can learn a lot of new words there, and this could be a good start for the story. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And here is the QR code for my Telegram channel, and make sure that you investigate it further. Okay, we have mics to the left and to the right. You can walk over and start asking questions. This is strange if there are no questions. Okay, I have the following question. Did it ever happen that you dropped something for a week or two, and then when small incidents happened, the management was in the know and they said it's just fine? Who mean doing it on purpose? No, we never did it on purpose. So I don't think it ever exists. If you do it to improve your worth in the organization, I don't think this is the right thing to do. Or probably I didn't get the question right. Thank you. Any further questions? You can ask anything, not necessarily about business. You can ask me about anything. I'm very open. Probably I covered it all really well, so there are no questions. Okay, great. Thank you. There is yet another question. Thank you. It was an exciting presentation. And How can one implement that in an organization? Because I don't think they will like all of this talking when you tell this to the management. How can you get it across to the top management? You can look at it from the business perspective. If there is a business foundation, if it is a critical process, and every incident takes days and weeks, then you can tell the business, we are going to save money. We are going to improve the efficiency of the business, improve the user experience. So there should be a person with a headache who will say, I want to do that. I want to pull it off. I will change it. There should be some will to do it. And this person should start getting some data. There is mental mean time to recovery. This is a good metric. This is how fast you recover after the incident. From the beginning of the incident until we say everything is good and green, we're good to go. And this has a direct impact on the money, because any incident loses money for the business. And if you say that I'm going to reduce this time, save money, prove it, or you select a small incident where you could show that, and also come up with some other metrics, talk to the business about the things that really hurt. And once again, this is my motto. SRE is about trust. So you trust the business, they trust you. You work in the network. I'm a team lead. So let's look at the numbers. Let's talk. Probably we can pull it off better. It's about the culture. All the cultural changes go through talking, through persuasion, through selling your ideas to the people who are making decisions. This is not simple. You cannot come and say, tomorrow everyone is going to live in a new way. Probably it won't work the second or the first time. This is something you have to change. It's like an engineering culture. I was in a company where people were pushing, they didn't do atomic commitment, and they gave the ad hoc names to the servers. And this is about the engineering culture. You cannot change it overnight. You have to start the process and work on it on a regular. And after some time, people will thank you for that. Any further questions? Thank you for this. I have this question. You mentioned that this should be in the DNA, in the genes, in terms of the commitment. And what should we use? Should we use genetic engineering or selection? How do we get the right people? I'm for genetic engineering, but unfortunately, the current level of science doesn't allow us to do that. So you have to be able to talk. I have a number of questions that I ask. For example, I suggest they discuss the incident. For example, with Kafka, this is what happened, and what would you do? And sometimes it takes 60 to 90 minutes, and then I will understand. Probably they are a great communicator and not a great engineer, but I try to hire the people with whom we are on the same page. I'm always on the phone, on my laptop, and it's not written in my work contract. And anyways, the whole team cares, and they all resolve any incident. Okay, line up, and I have a question. Can you, I'm a system administrator, and my boyfriend doesn't understand that I'm married to my work. How do I explain to my family that getting up in the middle of the night, it's not that the company is going down, but because it is my duty, because I care. There is no recipe for this. You can leave a boyfriend. or you can leave your job.
Но я своей девушке объяснял так, что смотри, дорогая, да, вот сейчас озончик.
I explained it to my girlfriend this way. Now, ozone is out of service, but once I fix it, you will be able to buy something. So it's not that you have to fix something at work, but when you have to sit down and talk in your good moment. You have to say, I'm responsible for very important productions, and millions of people use my products, and millions of people will be upset. Something like that. Or leave your job. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It was exciting. Actually, I support this ideology in one of the companies. We used this. And then what happened? I came to work for another company, and it's not all that simple. And you can move things, and it looks like it is fine. But what about the ambassador? How do you identify this champion, this ambassador in the business who will support your cause? And I believe this is an issue because I tried to talk to some leaders, managers, but they were not happy to talk, and they didn't want to provide any support. Yeah, ambassadors are always hard to get. You cannot really nourish and grow them from scratch. This should be a person who cares, and 80% of the people will get the same result. But let's look at this from the side of the business. I'm making money. I'm a business person. I did my own business. I made money, and I have a different headache. I don't know what happens. If there's something breaks, I will go and punish until it is broken. I'm not interested. And they will not go and dig. So you have to sit down, and you should hammer this idea into their heads, win their attention, etc. There is no single algorithm. All the companies would be turquoise, and we would be flying around like Yandex, and everyone would kiss our asses. No, an ambassador is a person who is a person, although they get a lot of kicks and bruises, they still go ahead. And at the end of the day, they will succeed. So this can be done through will, I guess. And the business loves numbers. So try to show it in money terms, because if you tell the business people you can save money, they will hear the bottom line and they will listen in. One more question. Thank you very much for the presentation. You are allowed to ask any questions. I work in the Security Operations Center, and we provide security monitoring to external clients. It's always clear who did something. It's always some evil guy outside, and our client did not watch things properly, and we see typical issues. But what should we do? There is a customer who brought a lot of money to us, but they are not us. I cannot really impact them. When I don't have real power over them, over the customer, how do I tell them they are wrong? Make your own. You mean by a big customer? There is some limited communication from your side and from the customer side. You have to strengthen this communication, and you should add some pleasant things there so that you talk more. No one cares about somebody else's money, but probably it will not work 100%, probably not in exactly the same shape and form. Probably you will have to find some out-of-the-box solution. in Ozone, we're making our platform and we have our own tools. We write everything ourselves, no vendor solutions, because only Ozone knows how to make Ozone. No consultant integrator knows how to do that, because we have our skin in the game. If you really have the skin in the game with this customer, make part of the business your own and start building on this. Thank you. And the last question.
Здравствуйте, спасибо большое за доклад.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is like this. In my company, there is an incident. DevOps are trying to figure out what happened, are trying to make it fly. And the technical support post the incident are writing absurd things. So we have the issue because of the external service, but initially they suspected that we had an issue and technical support, although we are in the chats together. The help desk writes something or diametrically different, and they would send this to the customer. And when we started looking at this, we are still dealing with the results. I don't really know how to understand to the technical experts that they have to think about what they're writing, because they wrote sometimes they wrote a click and sometimes a click house, and this person does not really understand that they are the same thing, and they could have written the ClickHouse databases because the report looks really incompetent, and so does our company. What would you advise? Write the reports yourselves. That's what we do. But I was not hired for writing reports. Okay, the golden point. That's what I was talking about. Make an extra mile, make an extra step over what you said. If you have a headache, you are explaining to the tree that they shouldn't write like that. Do that at the beginning. You do 2 or 3 reports, then you will come up with a process that will improve things. Yeah. So then the other experts from the help desk stepped in, but then everyone comes over and says, you are a weak DevOps team. I start reading the report and I'm shocked. And sometimes the top managers believe we're weak, and then my manager tells them that we were not the problem. So for you, it is the headache. You know you are strong, so take this function from them. If you are strong, take it away from them. And they're chilling out, and I'm working night. Look at you. Don't look at others. For me, I sat with the top managers in December during the incidents because of the high workload, and I sit there and make the report with them. And the person who was supposed to do that, he wrote to me, I am here with my wife and I'm making a barbecue. But you become better than them. I am irritated because I cannot influence that. You can. You can write it. But then I will write that all my life. Then build a process around that. So what do you want to hear? Kill them? Something like that. No. No, I want a bloodbath. I would write that myself. That's exactly what we are doing. Okay, thank you very much. What was the best question? I really liked the question the last speaker asked. Here is a book for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the next slot is at 3 p.m. See you guys.
сейчас про эластик. Давайте поприветствуем Станислава.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about Elastic. Let's greet Stanislav Kleisen.
Раз. Всем привет.
Okay, hi
Много кто в
everybody.
этом зале меня знает, много кто нет. В общем,
I think a lot of people here know me,
я
but maybe somebody
ведущий
don't.
инженер СОК Wildberries.
I'm a leading SOC engineer
Сейчас занимаюсь тем,
of
что
Wildberries.
работаю в команде R&D, но параллельно
Right now I am in the
архитектор
R&D
и строю свой
team, but I am
Также я умею проектировать защиту периметра на НГФВ. В частности, это чекпоинт, немножечко фортики, немножечко палальто. Вообще у меня опыта работы 17 лет в ВБ. Периметры я строил и на РЖД, и в Роснефти. Но вот сейчас так, маркетплейсы. О чем мы сегодня поговорим? Мы поговорим... Вообще, это будет очень душно, я сразу предупреждаю. Здесь не будет... маппингов, не будет правил, не будет вот этого всего. Будет инженерка. Больная, тяжелая, конфигурация, она будет. Вот. Из чего состоит Elasticsearch? Давайте немножечко вспомним. Это ноды, это индексы, шарды, сегменты. Все это на чем-то болтается, у кого-то в контейнерах, не дай бог. Не надо в контейнерах строить елку, это больно. Только на тестах, только на мелких стендах. Для себя попробовали, проверили, все. Для чего его вообще используют? Чаще всего это полнотекстовый поиск, кто-то для визуализации, инфра использует его для контроля сервисов, у всех все хорошо. Много кто стал использовать его для метрик. Очень часто встречается, что он где-то на бэках, на маленьких стоит, очень там есть один очень крупный
are using it for the metrics, and there is one big CM that is using it for the backup. And the most important thing is
So we've got about 8 problems, and they more look like the diseases of the children. Okay, so the first we discovered them during the research, and there is Elasticsearch True, which is
and you should believe that.
Okay, so this is the recommendation. Our recommendation. The first problem.
The direct recommendation.
This is the prod screen with changed IPs, basically. This is what it is. But this is the prod. This is the live prod. 7.17.24. I think this is what you shouldn't do. Okay, so don't do that. What's the problem here? The problem is that you don't understand what kind of data you see. So role of data is the priority. There is the so-called life cycle policies, which are run by ELK. Okay, so if it's datum, no, you won't understand what's going on. Okay, it has number of zeros and that's it. So we don't do it this way, we do it in a nice way. We have to spread master eligibles, we have to spread indest master nodes, and we enjoy it. So if this not a small bag that we just got, okay, the data will change tomorrow, but they will change by an update. If this is so, yes, but not in any other case. Okay. The second issue, the issue of different resources. This is all clear here, but look, the most important thing, we talk about flows that start with 50, 70 EBS. Okay, data flow. You record it, you have searches, queries, somebody comes to you, an admin or an analyst, he's not in the mood. The software people come and say, oh, we'll dig into your system, we have to find this and that. You say, okay, they have to dig it out. Okay, but the recording is going on. So now everything stops. Why? Okay, so you have the heap on the master, on the coordinator, and you say, okay, help the traffic. Okay, so this is what we do. This is what we do.
одинаковый.
We have CPU, we have RAM.
CPU одинаковый, на каждой ноде.
That is to say, each node has the same CPU and RAM. HIP 3170. Why not 32? The documentation tells you 32 gigabytes, but 32 gigabytes,
Степени двойки, как только вы поставили
because of this 2, as soon as you put 2,
вы сразу вылетели за нижатку. Здесь получается
your
нет, 31 даже, это 30,9.
parameters go off. Okay, this is 31.9 if we want to count it like that, and it works like it.
Что мы сделали?
But there is a very strange moment in here. We have a fixed size of a shard, 30 gigs.
30 rollover.
So 30 rollover, and then the shard goes into the heap. All the networks are the same, 5 to 10. If the flow goes over 100, then we have 10 gigabytes, 25 gigabytes, and the storage is also equal for everybody. So the hot nodes are of the same size, cold nodes are of the same size. Same size.
Вот это пример построения хорошего кластера.
This is an example of a good cluster with the flow.
На них не смотрите.
We have shippers here, don't look there. So delivery could be different. You can use agents, you can use anything. Vectors, yeah, it's a good subject, but my lead said, guys, don't use vector because everybody will be pissed off. It's good, but it has its limits.
Пример доставки из Kafka. Здесь происходит следующая история. У вас просто
transfer from Kafka happens like this. You have already heap, and this will be able to withhold 100. We calculated the sizes for each node, 64, 128. Heap is all standardized here. So this is the number for the warms and the colds. Why? As soon as this comes down, it drops. Why? Well, it just did. Okay, so this is a good picture. This is a good example. Because even at the ELK courses, when they explain it to you, they have everything kind of bound together in one bunch. This is all clear here. As soon as the flow grows, the operative usage grows. I saw cache at hot nodes at 340 gigabytes. I'm not kidding.
Дальше. А давайте поставлять данные в координатор. А давайте поставлять данные в мастер.
Let's transfer the data to the coordinator or to the master. Okay? Everybody tried that.
Документация написана красным.
The documents tell you in red letters, any nodes cluster is a coordinator by default. But as the guys from Elastic tell us in their documentation, they say, okay, we have an ingest node. Let's use the ingest node. Let's put traffic to it.
Всем кажется, ой, да оно приехало нормально.
Well, there is the problem here because if it's arrived well, but then you have ingest lines, you transfer to the end ingest node. Yes, it can be running on the data node, but the data node should have an ingest function, otherwise it will not work. And you increase the traffic, the path rather, and yeah.
Проблема поставки, собственно, вот сама проблема, как
the problem itself of the data transfer, how we stepped away from this. We transferred all flow into the ingest node. Is this something typical? No, it's not. We have several ingest nodes. The flow is 75,000, so it works well. I think everybody understands why we should use coordinators. There is a cluster, okay? And like this, for instance. So what do we have here? Ingest, transform, hot nodes, cold nodes, coordinator. So we put the traffic into ingest, the flow into the ingest. The thing is that there are just two coordinators, and this is enough. Okay? This system has 4. Don't look for more. You will increase the cluster state, 16 megabytes. 25 megabytes. The Docker and Swarm had 32 megabytes. This hurts.
дифференцированно.
Yes, it updates
Инкрементно
differentially.
обновляется. Он приехал и...
No, incrementally.
Видите, оно
Right.
заезжает. Но сам факт,
It
он
kind
большой.
of
Зачем?
comes in incrementally, but it's very big. Don't do it.
Поэтому...
That's
это не
why
самая лучшая, на самом деле, схема, да,
this is not the best possible scheme,
но она рабочая. Здесь
but
момент
it's a workable one.
по кросс-кластеру. Мы говорим сейчас...
There is another issue of
про
cross-clustering.
кластер, который
We're
будет
talking about the
сверху над ним
data
искать. Это
cluster.
конкретно кластер
We don't
данных,
talk
который
about the
идет
search
по кластеру. То
data.
есть туда
Only
приходят
the
серчи сверху.
data cluster.
Туда
Okay,
приходят
the
запросы
searches come into
какого-нибудь
it.
суперсета,
Queries come
или,
into it.
не знаю,
Queries
кто-то
from the
просто фургон
superset.
дергает данные, потому что
Somebody is
друзья,
just
огромные тонны информации.
from the prod is
Координаторы
also
для этого.
sending the queries. That's why we need a coordinator.
Проблема высокой доступности.
The problem of accessibility,
Смотрите, когда вы строите кластер,
high accessibility. When you build a cluster, the cluster is small, and you have 3 virtual machines
там все, что хотите.
at home. Okay,
Как только
you
вы
can do
начинаете
it there.
строить это под прод,
But if you start doing it for prod,
репетировал, я хотел вначале
for hot prod,
призы сказать, что Elasticsearch прощает многое, но не все.
initially I wanted to say that Elasticsearch forgives everything, a lot, but not everything. But that's not that.
Ничего.
If on prod, on hot prod, over 50,000, Elasticsearch will not forgive you anything. You will have red status everywhere, and you won't know what's going on.
Лучше сразу.
So it's good if we build,
Лучше заказать ресурсы, посидеть, потерпеть.
if we build well from the first step. Okay, order extra resources, but build well.
Собственно, они вот они.
The nodes. When the nodes go down, there are a lot of
Здесь написано про два плеча. то есть вот
downfall.
Там большая схема, здесь маленькая. Вот это, в принципе,
Well, there are
можно
two
дома
keys
как
here,
стенд использовать. Просто уберите
right?
отсюда
So you can use this as a
уберите
stand.
отсюда
Just take
координатор,
content node out of it.
затолкайте кибану прямо в ход, уберите второй ход ворм, уберите колды. Вот это домашний полигон.
Just take out 2 codes and take out 1 hot node. 3 virtual machines, yes. If you have 3, you can play around with the nodes. But this is a fail-safe thing that you could use at home, okay? If any of the nodes go down, the system works.
Больше, чем один.
So, what if we start,
Второй координатор.
what if we use more than one data center?
Тут еще косячок, да, тут вообще координатор 1, тут координатор 2.
One DC. This is
Мы
coordinator
теряем
1,
какой-то, ну, то есть
coordinator
какой-то
2.
У нас есть еще один координатор.
So we lost
который
one of the
вот
data
он является
center.
еще
We
одним
have a
мастером.
third
То есть
coordinator,
он
which is
может
also a master
приходить к кибану
coordinator.
во второе подключение. Ну, вот это работает. Если вы начинаете устраивать историю с 3 отсодами, то есть 3 отсода данных,
If we put 3 data
это
centers,
скорость обмена, ну, собственно,
so
задержки.
that will affect
Если
your
между отсодами меньше десятки,
rate or
смысла не
speed of
имеет
traffic.
абсолютно. То есть 2 отсода.
So if the
вот
sods,
эта же
if the
история, на самом деле, она же
if the DCs
виртуальная.
are less than 10, it doesn't make any sense.
вас
This
есть
story can be
15
also understood as a virtual story.
15 вы
If you have
классно
15 servers,
Одну VM забираем по 10
15 virtual machines,
остальные
one
мы
is
делим
allocated
пополам,
to
одни сюда, одни
T3,
сюда. Вот ваши 10
and then we
да, в рамках
split
там, стойки, в рамках какого-то
the remaining one and
телевизора,
two.
но он отказоустойчивый, он работает.
Okay, it's safe-proof.
И вот здесь важный момент,
Fail-proof.
почему я указываю дата-контент-ноду без атрибута.
So why do I mention content node without an attribute? The ELK, the most terrible thing that can happen if you lose access. You try to put the cluster together, but you can't. But all of a sudden, the voting cluster is live, but everything else is dead. The M3 voting only will change its role, would keep it as a master. So you have this content node on the side. And you need this content node for a nice picture like this. Right, this is security 7. .security 7. This is the third content.
Почему
so
они
to say.
лежат так? Потому что
Why are they?
так security нельзя поменять.
Why do they look like this? You cannot really change the security configurations, but you still can do it.
Я этот гайд закину, потом привяжу TG-канал к аккаунту и...
I will put a Telegram canal to my account, and I will publish the guide there, because this is important. .security 7 and .security profile 8.
Она опять-таки касается всей этой истории.
The next problem
Вот этим мало кто пользуется. Те, кто помнит семерку,
Not a lot of people use that. Those of you
не было, ну, точнее,
who
нормальных фаз.
remember this version 7 of the ELM, then the data was split by attributes. And what did we have there? We have an uncontrolled recording on nodes.
Смотрите,
It's,
лицензия ограничивает вас
The
только
basic
умным балансом.
license
Все остальное она вам
limits you
позволяет.
by smart rebalancing, right?
Из того, что
It
вот на
allows you to do
практике
anything
используется,
else from everything that is usually done in practice.
При бесконтрольная запись, оно ложится просто на соседний
So
сервер.
uncontrolled
Реплика. Оно умирает,
recording
всё, вы
goes
потеряли.
into next server. The shard is dead.
Какой-нибудь Вася в ЦОДе такой. А пойду-ка я, наверное, диски у них сниму.
If somebody comes in the data center and says, "I'll take a few disks," so he takes them off.
ЦОД.
Okay, wonderful.
Вот. Как лечим? Мы, собственно,
Okay, so how do we take care of
для
that?
каждой ноды, для
We have our own
свой
attributes,
атрибут. Ну, то есть,
and we have each attribute for
для
each
каждого
node.
ЦОДа. Но на каждой ноде. То есть,
I mean, for each data center, but on each node.
DC1. У каждого
Okay,
мастера
so in
прописаны
data center
настройки,
1,
говорим ему allocation
DC1
alarm,
and
всё хорошо.
DC2, we write the settings for each one.
Нехорошие, вот это может не взлететь история.
But the thing is that this may not fly. It's on all servers, but on master nodes.
И у меня из-за
There
этого...
was a case when I
То есть у меня
written these parameters on the control node,
Что происходит?
and all my data went into one data center.
Все. То есть это дефолт, который попадает, если
So
ввести в
this is the
настройки
default.
а это
If you put it
будут
into
просто
Elasticsearch,
применяться.
this
Но пока
are
что кластер
persistence.
стоит.
They will be
Если полностью
applied all the
перезапустить
time.
весь кластер,
If the cluster
и
state is live, if the cluster
подъехал
state
кластер
is
state, который не успел
updated,
обновиться,
and
данные, вы эти настройки
a
не
part
увидите.
of it hasn't managed to update, then you will not see the settings.
Об этом написано в документации. Мы говорим,
One would think that documentation refers to
мы
that,
делаем всегда правильно. Кластер initial
but
master.
we say, no, we do it always the right
Для чего
way,
нужна эта настройка?
everything looks good.
Первый
Why
раз
do we need
нода
the
вкатывается в
setting?
кластер. От кого она будет
The first time when
инициироваться?
node goes
Прописано в
into
Discovery
cluster,
Естественно,
it has to be
должно.
initiated.
Но оно вам будет творить такое. То есть это...
But the first time it comes, it will have to be relaunched.
Как пример, один из очень
As an example,
Docker Swarm,
one of the Docker swarms, bad cluster, it's still alive, but hopefully it will be dead soon.
у него увеличение времени перезапуска из-за этой строчки просто достигало 2 минут. То есть вы перезапускаете
Renewal
ноду, начинаете
runtime, because of that,
вживую в дебаг
lasted
логи,
up to
он
2
ломится, и
minutes.
ломится, и ломится, и ломится. Да что происходит?
So when you go through debug logs, you can see that it's struggling with the same problem again and
Вы
again.
идете это чистить.
And then you look at the config, and you see that the problem is there, so you have to clean the configuration, they have to clean the settings.
Она
So
не
this
влияет сильно на нее,
log
но кто-то сидит и постоянно смотрит. То есть, там,
message
не знаю,
will be
ребята,
important
которые
for
всегда
somebody.
смотрят логи, пишут там соседние
There are
логи,
always guys
открывают
who
логи,
are monitoring the logs,
выгребают
they
себе
are
благополучно,
writing
написано,
something into the next
смотрите и видите,
next
что есть
cluster.
проблема. И она вот просто...
So when you look at it, you see that there is a
в
problem.
момент вы теряетесь. Ну, то есть дежурка
It
сидит какая-то,
starts
кто-то еще.
basically appearing before your eyes and
В
all
контейнерах,
that.
ну, прям очень критично. Но еще раз.
Yeah, it's very critical in the containers, but again,
Все, что больше,
a big,
да, больше 50
a big request. Everything that is over 50
да, хорошо,
kbps, do not put it into containers. Okay, don't do it.
в лучшем случае раз в год. В плохом
Cluster
случае
is
раз в полгода.
rerun every year in a good case scenario, every half year in a bad case scenario.
После первого запуска запустили ноду, она только вошла в кластер.
Once we launch the node,
Cluster initial master node.
when the node is in the cluster, you delete cluster initial master node and start
Кончающее
working.
все место. Про это все знают.
There is also the problem of limited space, but nobody has seen when the space is completely out. I've seen it. My cold nodes were 0, 1,200 red shards, unassigned red shards
Не назначено.
out of 4,000 unassigned shards. Okay, the cold nodes were all
забиваться в ворм. Почему ворм начинает
all
забиваться?
flooded. Okay, so as soon as these are flooded, then the warm
Форс-мэр сразу же
nodes
сказал,
are also
я
flooded.
не буду работать, не хочу. Ну и, собственно, начинается переполнение предыдущей фазы.
So overflooding then transfers to the previous phase.
Кластер встал, говорит, все, я писать не буду.
So the cluster says, that's it, I have no more space.
Что делаете? В общем решении,
So what do we do?
моему коллеге Листату, он сказал,
The general solution
идите и создайте свои данные.
is this. Go and kind of take stock of your data. Okay, be aware of your data.
Вам не нужно. Да, по требованиям ИСЕС,
You have some engineering stock. You actually don't need half of it. There are some regulators, internal rules, but even analysts don't need that.
стоит для разработчиков, так же, как у нас.
If you have the ELK for the developers, just like we do, then the DC people come and they say, oh, well, we have certain deficiencies there.
Там в логах пороемся. Но у вас
Let us dig in your logs. You don't have these lines there. No, we don't. But why do we need them?
Понимаете?
Why do I need the kind of runtime log over there?
В Кибане так они есть. Нет, вы забываете, что там еще впереди.
Some people think that, forget that there is actually the source code before the part which we see on the screen. It is not indexed, and all this data lies in the cluster.
Жизненный цикл.
Life
У
cycle.
меня нет слайда про настройку и про конфигурирование правильно индекс Lifecycle Policy. Как поступили мы? Поток 250 тысяч, 5 дней хата, 5 дней варма, 172 дня колда. Ну, колд в перспективе будет вырастать там до года, до 2 лет, там, может, до 5. Но сам факт. Настраивайте политики. Не обязательно, но если у вас есть ресурсы, сразу говорю, вот эта операция, она очень дорогая. Она очень дорогая в плане ресурсов, в плане времени. То есть, если у вас недостаточно ресурсов, что происходит? Выстрел в ногу. В каком плане? Вы начинаете что-то серчить, у вас датастрим, огроменный датастрим, и ребят такие, а что-то у нас поиск не работает, а почему? А поиск не работает по одной простой причине. У вас закрылся индекс 1, который переехал в Worm, и он сейчас, вот он переехал там 20-40 шардов, и он начинает сжиматься. Ресурсов не хватило, кэша не хватило, и опсов не хватило, все, встало. Как вариант, это использование S3, мы до него пока не дошли, то есть я в смысле мозгами пока еще не дошел до использования S3 в елке, однажды я к нему приду, и все будет хорошо. Да, самокритичность лучшее, наверное, лекарство. Но это полезно. Те, кто умеет, у меня есть коллега, который это умеет, но он пишет не все, он пишет только очень критичное туда. Все остальное, говорит, 2 недели прощай. И решение в случае наличия того или того. Ну, собственно, про Force Merge я сказал, про дороговизну вот этого я сказал, и закрывающиеся индексы. Это при отсутствии ресурсов. Вот это обратите внимание, ключевое, что это при отсутствии ресурсов. Здесь момент такой. Можно.
You have to note that you use that, and yes, you can use that, and this is right. And 512, it is 30 and 512 of operational memory above. So go ahead and think about your data. No comment. Seriously. The problem of a lack of replicas, no comment. We don't need them, sometimes they would say. That's not right. Some previous event, somebody said, any incident lives for 21 days. That is the developers. The day before yesterday, but it turns out they broke it a little bit earlier, but within 3 weeks time. And somewhere during this period, they will find what they have. And you lose a server with 3 hot nodes, and you don't have access to the data. The guys don't know what is happening. And all of those bad things happen. So what is the best solution? Definitely, this is cool that you have replicas for critical data, but you want to back up on everything. So it is dangerous to be without that backup. Now, I would like to say this is it, but that's not so. So what you shouldn't have, the first thing, the whole pack of rows, like we said before. The second, the settings that are not needed. You shouldn't have that on the nodes. A lot of people did Elasticsearch. By default, you don't need all of this mess. You will never ever use all of that. In some particular cases, you might use those, but not necessarily. If you use the same approach as myself and you are saying you don't want to use Elasticsearch and you can use your own tools, then immediately you can have the text for keypass, but not in the nodes. You should have your keys elsewhere. It's about the configuration, and I'm going to show you the examples of configurations. This is the formula for calculating the quantity from 2019, and then we saw the repetition in 2020, first in the entrance, then in the blog, and this is where we should arrive. This is the formula that we wanted to use. We want to have 18 terabytes per day, and this is the life cycle. A lot can ask a question. Everyone will have 1818. Here we're using the compression, and we have one segment per one shard. This is expensive, it hurts, but it works. And the memory per node, this is operational memory. This is 512. Yeah, and everyone is happy because it is up. But let me tell you straight away, this is just the start. We are going to grow further. And then they say, and what about, how about sex node? There are 3 master nodes, and we decided to do the following. This is what we did manually. We have 162 nodes, 40 nodes and 40 nodes. This is not 40. Actually, this is 20, because they exist in the units. So now I'm going to open up an interesting thing to you. Before I came here, 16 nodes lived 2 on a node, because on the server, because this 18 terabytes is multiplied by 2. Don't put cold nodes. If you have bad disks or average, please don't put them, don't set them 2 nodes on one hardware. This is a shoot in the foot. It hurts this way, but it will work. This was about calculations. Now let's have a look at the numbers. Here we have 3 master nodes. Here we have 5. And these are the 2 coordinators in each key, which stand aside. And this works for us. And before we had the limitation 20 shards per 1 gigabyte of data node. Right now, this was in the 7. Now we have 3,000 indices, not shards. In an index, there can be many. 3,000 indices of per 1 gigabyte of heap of the master node. 30 gigabyte multiplied by 5 and multiplied by 3,000. This is your cumulative storage in the cluster. Sometimes they say our limit is the number of shards per cluster. Why? In the code phase, in the fir tree configuration, there is 1,000 nodes. We used to have 1,600. Now it is 2,000. There are loads of shards per day, like 80
Короче, много очень
something,
едет туда. Я сейчас не
a
хочу считать,
lot,
извините.
a lot of
Очень
them.
много данных просто едет. Вот.
A lot of data goes
Поэтому
there.
количество шардов, ну, то есть количество мастеров
So the
у нас
number
пять. Плюс
of
это дополнительно
master
рассказываю,
nodes
так или
is
иначе оно
5,
работает.
and this is also about robustness, so it works. And why we would have 8? In one part you have
Хипы, одинаковые образцы памяти, там по 512. Подвинуло на
4
железку.
hardware
Плечо выпадает, оно дальше работает. И всё
units in the other 8, but if anything goes out, the rest of the system will work. Now, this is really tough. Everyone says they can do it. I'm just showing how we do things. That's not the best example. This is something that really works. Why? Because this line is shown just in one slide, but it exists for all of them. Those are certificates. This is the cross-cluster search based on TLS. And let's start with saying that it is one master, one role. This is DC1, and they are the allocation lines, and we need them for the roles. The example is the hot tier. Why is it the data content? Why the content? Somebody did not put the LM for data. Where will it go? In the content phase. There is no data role. It will go into the data tier content, and this is why there will be the replication of the file. And this is the code tier. Here you have just the data code, data worm, and DC1. Examples. Here we are using this. And this. The key to this certificate should not be anywhere in the node, because once you lose it, you will have to rewrite all the certificates in all the clusters. So the keys should be kept separately. The coordinating only node, this is where we send the external queries. If you didn't read the documents, if you didn't know that this thing is an open array, you open it, then you close it. This is your coordinate. And in each slide, what's interesting, the master node is commented to show that it's not working. I just delete them. And then in just transform, there are two roles, as you can see, in just transform, and then DC2. Then remote eligible node. At some point, they can be connected and same thing until there is a search from the search cluster, which comes to the data cluster. At this point, the time is taken to decide where to go. So this is remote eligible. It will go through the selected node and the transform. Why do you need a transform here? Now imagine one cluster is 8, 14, 3, 1, 8, 13 within one version. That's what's interesting. A search cluster can find the clusters in the new versions. So 8.14.3 can look for something in the other versions. So it will work this way, but you have to do the updates bottom up. And in this case, you will need transform for sure. And some of the things will change here. And again, DC2. And these are the attributes. And master eligible VO, it is a master and it is a voting one. And people start asking, why do you have the third master? Because it is a voting node and it has to say in the quorum, I'm selecting this node, but it is also master eligible and it also is doing some work. It doesn't just stand by. It doesn't just vote and then stand by. No, it should do some work. They get some work from the parent node, and they can transfer those tasks. For example, a master decided to give several tasks for the transportation. Let's say those are the tasks for the transportation, and it gives that to other masters, and they are saying we are giving this to data nodes. So please remember, those are not lazy guys, and these are the link 1, link 2, link 3, and since those are huge spreadsheets, you can find them using these QR codes. Thank you, and I believe this is it.
Друзья, давайте вопросы-напросы.
So, everyone, what about the questions?
Слева, справа микрофоны. Не стесняйтесь.
You have the mics to the left, to the right of the room. After such warm greetings, I am sure you want to ask questions. Okay, go ahead. Hi, my name is Alexei. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is not so much about the configuration, but about the deployment of masters. Are you using probably some roles to deploy a big cluster? Not yet, because they are not really optimized. I know people who are using that. We are not. And we are using a big role from GitHub, but we see that sometimes it doesn't work properly. I know who we should go to. Come over to me and we'll talk behind the scenes. Okay.
Здравствуйте, спасибо за доклад.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to ask you a question about the static mapping or dynamic mapping of data. Is it worth the effort? And you have to clean up every field, and you have to ensure the right mapping, like the index. There is this nice thing called ECS. I believe it is 1,790 different values. Use that. If you have delivery issues, take Elastic Agent or bits. It will resolve a lot of your issues. Even if Kafka will write something, still use that. Mapping, just the strict. You don't really need the dynamic mapping. You can have a small one. Everything else should be in the straight. It should be steady. You take ECS and turn all of it into a component of the template. Then you use it and enjoy life.
Спасибо еще.
Anything else?
Тогда давай выберем.
Okay. Let's select the best question, the person with the mapping.
Сюда, пожалуйста.
Okay, come over here to get your prize.
И
Так,
немножечко забыли еще. Там
да, и еще.
And we also forgot one thing.
от нашей
And we have another gift from our company.
Подойди.
Now walk over there.
Пожалуйста, держи от тебя.
That's for you. Thank you.
Ребят, всем спасибо.
Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Следующий слот в 16.
And the next slot is at 4 p.m. See you.
Заключающий слот сегодня. Давайте поприветствуем Игорь.
Okay, so we have the final slot today. Igor Panarin will tell us about the firewall management. Hi, everybody.
Да, действительно, давайте немножко поговорим про...
Yes, let's talk a little bit about the distributed firewall. I don't know how familiar you are with the subject. It's quite new. It's hyped right now. Okay. So what are we going to talk about? Okay. The problems, so why we're doing this, a few words about the network landscape. It's not everywhere, and HBF is not needed everywhere. How we do that, the network access management, implementation features, and then plans and the results, right? Okay, so my name is Igor Panarin. I've been in IT for many years. I was a developer in foreign companies for many years, so now I'm here. Okay, and I'm there in the infrastructure department. I work on the firewalls. So which is the problem that we're trying to solve? What is it? The network landscape is how in most companies it looks. Usually the network is split into different segments. The traffic is filtered at the junctions of segments at the firewalls. So if you look at the network description here, there are lots of rules, and the configuration size on devices is limited by the vendors himself. In other words, firewall is not made of rubber, and even if we have different segments, this starts to be felt. We also understand the traffic flows between two segments, and when it goes there, so any change of the firewall configuration has the potential impact on all traffic. So as soon as we change something, the connection between the segments is lost. So a decision like this is scalable theoretically, right? We can hire additional people, we can introduce additional firewalls, we can change the network, but this is not realistic, so scaling is not an option here. And finally, we'll talk about the security. Yes, we split the network into the segment, and there is very little filtration for one specific segment, but security people say, no, you'll have to filter. Okay. This solution does not give us possibility to filter within one segment. We either have to split the network further or do something else. Okay, so the host-based firewall is here, like Chip and Dale will help us. Let's see what it can do. Okay, so it will introduce granular points of filtering and monitoring. So on the host, we have an agent. It filters the traffic, and by doing this, we can take away the filter between the segments. So potentially, we can delete the firewall. So the configuration on such firewalls is not voluminous. It only controls the traffic that comes on this host. From the point of view of application, previously we were impacting the whole traffic, but when we change the configuration, we only impact the traffic on the filtering point and on the specific host, so we can apply it in the moment, if you will. And then the solution is potentially scalable. So if we choose to add a segment or a host, it's enough to include it in the firewall and it will work. And there is filtration with one segment, so our security personnel is happy. So where to start? Let's think about that. There's not that many people, but which of you know what host-based firewall is? Who is familiar with granular filtration? How many people try to introduce that? Okay. Who will say that this is easy? Okay, well, let's talk later on. Okay, so let's look as an idea, what does it start with? Let's say we have a control plane, we have a host, At the host, there is an agent which configures the filtration, eBPF, for instance, BPF, which is very popular right now.
Довольно просто, и вроде логично.
So it looks quite logical, right? So let's use the implementation plan. Let's take an open source decision. Let's have an adapter. Let's check it. Okay, it's introduced, and that's it. It looks like it, right? So you can go ahead and implement it, right? You probably don't need me, but let's look at the reality. This was the idea. This is how we started. So, where should we go? Okay, so we decided to introduce the HBF agent in order not to use our own resources. Let's look at the market. The market doesn't offer a lot of solutions like that. They exist, you can try to use them, but even if we try to take these solutions from a third party, and we had some experiments like that, it's very hard to maintain the system. It's very hard to make any changes into the system. It's all subject to contract. Can we do that? Yes, but from our point of view, personally, it's not doable. Any host of the company will have an HBF agent that somebody else produced, and if there is a minimal bug, this bug will spread into the whole company. This looks potentially very, very bad. Let's look at some ready decision. Okay. Let's look at Cilium. Let's look at the part to take the part of Cilium that we can use. Actually, this is tied to Cilium. We looked at several companies, tried to do it ourselves, tried to cut it out. No, it's not possible. There's just too much there. Theoretically, can we go there? Yes. Can we later on monitor it and expand it? Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. So if you think about, we don't need much from that Cilium. We only need filtration. So let's look at the third way. If we take our own product, so we put together a team. We have some experience with BPF in the company, which is a plus. If we use Go Linux, Drapi, Spiffy, then it looks very realistic. And this is where we went. This was last year. This is how it started. What do we want from HBF? Okay. So we want the solution to filter incoming and outgoing traffic. We want the quick policy applications in minutes, if not seconds, and there should be a single point of management, an active agent. And of course, we only open what is needed and where it is needed. As I said before, the task kind of came from the CyberSec department, and this is how we dealt with this. How to manage network access? Okay, a few words about that. We have to filter incoming and outgoing traffic. This process can be split into 5 simple components. A request interface, the access description, this is the truth for us, which should be open, some kind of control plane that transfers it from input to the desired result, a data plane, and the devices. So let's look at this at each stage of that. How is access, network access described? Okay, so we have some external processes. There are a lot of interfaces where you can use in order to access the network, and this is how it's described. There is a set of server. They need access to other servers according to specific protocol. If we talk about a distributed service, then we use that. Does it work on host-based firewalls? Yes, it does. So we will then manage a group that has HBFs and BPFs inside. So at the first glance, it looks okay. If we look at our interface, this is how it looks. As an owner of this service or server, this is what I can say. This is my group of hosts, and this is what their description. Then how can we describe this network access as ingress and egress, in and out? So this serves the HBF purposes really well. So we have the ingress list of accesses on some protocols and some hosts.
Таким образом, вот если вернуться посмотреть, управление именно входящим трафиком покрыли.
Managing incoming and outgoing traffic is covered. So let's look at the control plane. How do we prepare the accesses? It's not the first time that I talk about that, so I'll go very quickly. We have some kind of targeted condition. So we'll look at this, we'll look at the configuration, we'll look at the difference. This difference goes into the data plane. The data plane figures out whether it's useful or not. We take the new configuration and take the status, which we put back into the description of access. But there is one very important nuance. When I referred to kind of iron firewalls, I mentioned that they are on the junctions of different segments, so we can't use them often. In some cases, we only use them at night. So we have to count minutes, if not seconds here. So the computation that I was just describing doesn't do the job, because we take the state of everything that has to be open, and then we take the state of everything that we have on the firewalls. We calculate the difference, the delta. So if you compute all of this, it will take hours. So what can we do here? Well, the application side, right? Well, nothing new here. We see an open source. We see a change in the source, and therefore we have to respond to that change. The change has to be minimal as possible. If somebody added on a new port, a new protocol, that's the scale of it. And then we'll have to compare it with the cache in the configuration and getting the delta. The configuration cache has to be topical, right? Present time. This is one of the most important conditions. And it works in the reverse direction as well. If there is a change in the data plane, we have to figure out very quickly in the cache. So when we add these flows, in our case, we kind of rewrote the engine which was responsible for the computing.
Собственно, вот на отладку этого уходит достаточно большое количество времени. Это действительно новый подход.
It takes a long time to figure all this out, but this is the right approach.
На данный момент версионирования как такового нет, но кажется, мы к нему так или иначе придем. Тем не менее, вот с точки зрения ХБФ, да, доступы могут...
From the point of view of the HBF, we have good enough speed. Let's look at the data plane for a little while, the data plane which will manage the devices. So what is data plane? In case of the HBF, it's another control plane on a smaller scale. So basically, it has to accept all the changes that came from above. Okay, there is a policy thinker inside. So it has to have an engine which prepares these changes. It has to have the desired state, store it, compare it to the condition that we have right now, and to prepare the change so that the agent would pick it up. So the agent has to be active, right? So we don't give it the information the other way around. It has to give the information to us and tell us about the state. As a result, we have a data plane which has a control plane inside. A few words about the HBF access, about what we have, what kind of rules we have. I'm not going to tell you anything new. It's about the rules and the way they're organized on firewalls. The most important of this is the blacklist. Let's imagine we have a big network, a lot of hosts, and all of a sudden one of the hosts is infected.
And so you also have to see what rules exist on others, and this is why you have the blacklist. Then there are also the aligning rules and the deny all. That is, everything is prohibited by default, and this is what it looks like on the host. So this is the type, inbound, outbound, ingress, egress, allow, deny, CIDR, and port protocol. To prepare a rule like that, if you remember in the control plane, first we have the rule as the group to group, service to service, then we have to open it in the particular list and then open it up again so that it opens for HBF, where we manage it just through CIDR. So the HBF doesn't know anything about the levels above. We have the active agent and the active point. And now let's see the devices. Let's go back to the overall scheme. And last time I just showed the access design firewall. You have the internal firewall, the border firewall, and most of the time they are different vendors and different interfaces, and all of this has to be serviced. And in terms of the firewall, this is what we are doing. From each firewall, we are taking the table, and we understand where we need to open what, and we use this access design firewall. This works for the hard firewalls. And what is a host in terms of a distributed firewall? Let's have a look at the notion of a host. We have some hardware in a company, and probably there might be Linux or Windows, and we will support Linux. So Windows is still in the gray area. We'll see that we, but hypothetically, we can support Windows as well. Linux can have Linux and Windows and other virtual tools. But most importantly, we have the golden image that can be built by the agent. And when we install something virtual, the agent will be there. And so we can cover a large fleet of machines. It looks convenient, and the task is to cover everything. And for our agent to be active and the control place to talk to it, we need to identify that it is the right host. If it was just an IP one, then it's this is super reliable. Anyways, we are going around a certain idea. We should have the imprint of a host, the trace of a host that is can not be faked. So we want to get some print from this virtual network, and we can use this imprint as a check. And HBF then is operated by specific hosts rather than IPs. And what this results in the description of the access, when we described the existing system, we had to add another another thing, we are using the new thing. This is the link to this host, and the rules prepared by the control plane will look this way. We will have at the beginning the host and then the rules that we already know. And in the UI, it looks like this. We have the list of the exact IPs, the hardware, the hard firewalls, and the list of host firewalls. And this is the access design. We could have forgotten about the hardware firewalls, but we live in the real world, and so we have to take into account the HBF and the hardware domain, and we have traffic at both. What do you need to open the traffic at HBF? This is what the inspection could look like. This is the ongoing inspection on the hard firewalls, and it goes through the new point. We would like to see that. And to open it on a hardware firewall, it's not enough to have the reference of this host. I need to go the IP, and from the control plane, I have the back resolution, and I will use it for the for the hardware firewalls, and this is also relying on the data plane, and so the access can be provided quite fast on the hardware firewall. But can you open up everything if the user asks for something and they want it? So can you take it to the control plane? Obviously, not everything should be allowed for opening. Should you check everything for approvals? In our company, we have 600,000 rules on the firewalls. If we check that manually, this is an infinite amount of work. There is a server or a service that does that automatically. This is how it works in a very simple way. There is the validation source, validation service and approvals, and there is the access description, the access design control plane, and routing criticality, and you can write that into rules. If there is an IP from a certain network, then it is this and that, and if it is a test and prod, then definitely you don't provide the access. We also need to know certain information about the criticality, and the validation and approval services stores optimized rules for fast answers. Who requires approval, who doesn't require that. And since in HBFs we have the reference to a host, here we need a resolution. We need to introduce new parameters, so you can open this for certain hosts, so that our system could say this is the IP for a certain host, and to a certain degree we have to rewrite the system that is doing the validation and approvals. You cannot launch HBF without that, so we filter incoming and outgoing traffic. We have a quick policy application, and we have the single point of management activation, and we open what is needed and where it is needed, and it looks like we can launch. But let's look at the nuances. Remember the rule deny all. We have a host, it is deployed, and it is deny all by default. It means that you cannot enter it. We have this host, and no one can enter there. There is no monitoring or anything. It is complicated to work there. and you cannot even check, not even install the software. So you need some preset rules, and we have a lot of hosts. The idea that we came up with is what about having certain templated access rules? So let's say that when describing a service, you can immediately specify templated access, and all the hosts that exist on the virtual machines, they initially have access to logs and metrics. And by doing this, in the description, apart from ingress and egress, we also have the templates that are key for the work of the infrastructure. And so everything that we go from describing the service top down, we have 4 steps, and then we have to change it to group, point to point, and then only will it go to HBF. It looks great. We have that template. Is there anything else that we should take into account? The impact on traffic. We launched the agent, and what if this negatively impacts the traffic? Right now it works, but if there is an impact, it will look bad, and we are just launching. And so what could we come up with? First of all, the testing of BPF. You can see that it doesn't influence a lot on the traffic. There is no magic as to how you launch to operate, and you select, for example, the database, and you introduce the HBF, and everything went down. So it's not a good thing to happen. A simple solution, the auditing mode. We write rules, but they do not filter anything. They just log the events, they register the events. This is something to be filtered off or not. And so we understand how it would work to launch it and then to manage it. Once again, the agent is active, and we have no access to it. You cannot go to the server and change something. It should be completely autonomous, so you should change it somehow, and it works the same way we operate with a control plane. We should have the right footprint, and we need an external service from where we can get this image, and then operate in the audit mode, and then launch in a full-fledged operational mode. And HBF can update itself, and we have the mode for launching into operation, and then you launch it. But to understand if we have access, we need some visibility and an analysis and inspection of access externally. It looks like a query in terms of the hardware firewalls. It is installed, and in HBF the function is also done, and we've got to understand the filters, and you have to check it both on HBF, FW devices, and you need to do the configuration caching and the telemetry so that you could see the traffic. In case of the HBF, to a certain extent, we are lucky, because first and foremost, we have this thing that keeps the logs and collects them fast, and the storage of logs is already there. On top of that, we just have to add the control plane. As to HBF side, we have to write the logs there, and we can have something similar to contract on the host, and the default one didn't work for them.
Трафик, который идет через этот хост.
They did one in-house, but you can see the traffic via this host. It aggregates the data and takes it to the log storage. And there is also an inspection. There is the system that can use the IP for the host, see the port, see all the events and the traffic. Cool. We have analytics and telemetry. And one more thing is operation itself. We are completely replacing the system of filtering in the company. We still have the hardware firewall. So we have the host, we have the border firewall and the HBF. Anything can go wrong at any point. What it looked before, as a user, I asked for an access, something went wrong. I didn't know where to go around this. There is a good system organized. There is an entry point. For example, this is the access, the team for managing automation of access, and they also have the infrastructure security there. If this happened at HBF, then the development of HBF steps in, or the network engineers. It works end to end. Every team has an SLA, and they have a complete SLA. So it is ready for operation. And to work with this and to support this, you need to do a lot of work. If you only have the hardware firewalls, then a couple of points could be removed from here, and you don't need the end-to-end process. The more points you have, the more which you have to unify it somehow, streamline it. Okay, now we covered even the operations. And last but not least is the user experience. I spoke about the control plane, the registration of the host in the inventory post-reference, and the other way around, the IP. And for the user, when they have something virtual covered by the HBF, they want to do it in one click. In our case, it looks like this. There is a generic interface where you can use another machine hardware with the usable workload and also managing the access. This is the single interface. And so when you create a virtual machine, here you can work on that, and then you get the control plane that lives inside, and then it registers this host here.
It also registers this host in the access description system, so it also serves another role. So basically, you click just one button when you added the virtual one, and then now when you want to to manage it, it's all done in one click. It reads the data plane in the sense which policies it has to use. Okay, so what do we have? User comfort. We also took this into account. So this was a long way, a very long path. What else would I like to tell about the details of HBF filtering implementation, the policies? It looks like there is nothing really very difficult, but actually the designers wrote their own engine. We can talk about it in the corner, so to speak. I wanted to tell you about the internal logging and stability of HBF agent, because they can be dropping as well, and how to collect the logs. And finally, in order to employ this, we needed to test it. So the guys created their own test environment. They they created their own
Сейчас это очень здорово
testing
рассказывать про такие большие
testing
космические корабли, которые
universe.
всё это
Okay,
сделали.
so where are we now?
Реально следующее,
Okay,
да, у нас есть
this is the
на
reality.
самом деле,
We have VP that is closer to prod. We have the agent, there are hosts that are embedded into the golden image. There is filtering of ongoing and incoming traffic. There is an agent, it's updating. We collect metrics and logs.
достаточно большой сегмент,
We're covering a large test segment right now
то есть вот прям сам
that is not connected to prod directly.
обработка данных, платежей, все остальное туда.
So where the production is working, such as billing and data processing, so far we're not there. We have to prove to the guys that it is safe.
Вот то, что я рассказывал.
And finally, the support has been organized. Interesting that
Достаточно много людей, много инженеров. Но вот
one might think that you need a lot of people, a lot of engineers for that. But from the point of view of
небольшая
network access control or management, you only need about 3 or 4 people in a team.
инженеров и,
Yeah.
говоря,
And
безопасности, который все это курирует.
infrastructure department, 2 more people. So basically, we had only 12 people that were doing this job. So let me tell you a little bit about our plans. Of course, we want to increase the coverage and not only cover the virtual machines.
Хотим покрыть железные хосты.
We want to go to the bare metal, the Windows.
То здесь тоже бы хотелось
And if we
регистрировать сервис при
talk about the metal hosts, we want to integration with that. Since this is our own creation,
не только
we do not rely on anybody else. And we want to have not only L3 coverage, but to go higher. When? I don't know. In the future. We also look into the VPN. We'll see what will happen. So the results. Okay. So let's go back to the first picture, the network landscape. We cannot realistically take away firewall between, or rather among the segments. But right now, in the moment, so to speak, the configuration on firewalls decreases. So that takes away a huge number of rules. In the HBF segment, we have fast application of rules within seconds. Of course, we say in minutes.
Это то, чем мы сейчас занимаемся, как я сказал, тестовый.
We are actively increasing coverage. I told you that we've been doing this, and also we are fulfilling the requirement that InfoSec people wanted from us. We have filtration within one segment. Lessons learned. What lessons have we learned? If we are doing HBF, let's think about it, right? We want to introduce the distributed firewall. It's not about just developing an agent. It is a large part of it, but it's the only thing. And you will never be able to cover it all by introducing a new adapter. There are lots of phases. All of these phases have to be reconsidered and changed. Implementation and operation in advance is very important. I'm talking about obvious things, but I think our experience is worth something. You will benefit from it. It is important to study the network landscape. It's one thing to say that we'll do away with the firewall, but in reality, it's not always possible. And HBF is not always the solution of the moment. And of course, it's important to integrate information security processes from the beginning of the development. So if you don't automate it from the point of view of approval, it won't be possible to launch. And a typical question, yes, this is an internal development, so we cannot share the code with you right now, but we're ready to share our experience and approach. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Подходите, пожалуйста, к микрофону.
Yes, please use the mic when you're asking a question.
Добрый день, меня зовут Илья
Hi,
Черепанов. Я с
my name is Ilya Cherepanov.
И у меня
I
вопрос,
work in the RBB.
решали ли вы, и если решали,
Have you ever
вопрос
dealt with
устойчивости, ну, если, допустим, АГХБ
fail safety?
и,
Safe,
допустим, у вас
fail
есть
safety. There are a lot of
там
agents,
свет моргнул, не
a
знаю,
lot
свет
of
там моргнуло,
HBF
и все агенты пришли
agents.
регистрироваться обратно к control plane.
So what if something happened? There is a glitch, and all the agents go back to re-register. What will happen to the control plane? Will it not drop? Well, the control plane is also distributed.
Доступность, надежность, она вся учтена.
It's in all cells, so
Да, здесь
I won't be able to give you any details right now. I can address you to our developer. Yeah, but
Да, спасибо.
yeah, we take this into account. It is fail-safe. Thank you.
Никита Макаров, у меня есть несколько вопросов. Остановите
My name is Nikita. I have several questions. Please stop me, one by one.
Каким образом выглядит
Question number one.
Я видел, что у вас есть концепция сервиса.
What is your policy? You have this services concept. So what is it? Is it the host-based firewalls? What is the source in this particular case?
политика, когда у нас живет именно в самом агенте, в
You mean the policies in the agents, right? In the data plane, or policy the way the users see it?
с точки зрения
Okay, let's start with the policy the way the user sees it. Well, the user says, okay, I have a service, I have a group of hosts or a group of IT people,
от нее я могу
and I've described SRC as this thing. Okay, so the source has ingress and egress. So this is how it looks for the user.
plane, то на самом
If you go down to the data plane,
как бы сказать,
to the host base,
там уже
the host which has the host-based firewall,
и в них прописано
again, there are ingress, egress rules,
то есть он
and they have the rules of where to go, when they can go and they cannot. The user doesn't know anything about it. Yes, but if we talk about the groups on the control plane level, there should be some correlation. If I look for an access from the service A to the service B, if the B service goes FQDN, do you have any types of object that you can request access to? Well, FQCN is an external address. For our purposes, it's an external address, and that's how it is prescribed.
Рассматривается только взаимодействие внутри ЦО. Там контроль периметра ЦО, там контроль пользователя вы пока не рассматривали.
You're only engaging your own data centers, right? Right now. Once again.
Внутри ЦОДа, то есть контроль.
Okay, so the perimeter of the service of the data center, you have not studied that. Right. So the VPN story is still has a question mark, and I don't want to say anything about that. Okay, so right now the service integration is within the DCs. And how do you maintain the lookups? How is it filled? How is it supported? And if the network is changed, let's say one point's IP address is changed, endpoint is changed, is it automated? Is it reflected? Is it controlled?
Там прям надо парочку оговорок сделать. Есть прям супер хорошая штука, это новые дата-центры. Новые дата-центры.
Well, there are new data centers which are completely automated.
Настраивает это железо.
Okay, so there is hardware, but there is also a platform which configures the hardware, and we can look up absolutely everything, all the setting, all automated parts. So by going in there, we'll have a full picture of a specific host. The group, it is registered, and we see the details that are coming from that platform. At least this is how it looked in the new data center. The old data center, which didn't have that, all this info had to be put in manually. So I have an extra set of IP addresses. If everything changes, you have to do it manually. If there is disaster, you have to address it manually.
Который заполняет сервис, это кто?
So people who are doing the services, who are they? The owners. The interface which I showed you has two types of users. One of them need access, but they don't really control how the reality is implemented into the service. And the second type are the people who are responsible for the service, responsible for the hardware. So they know the IP addresses. let's say this is the system which collects metrics. So we can horizontally scale it, we can fill it with the content, and the users which request access to it don't have anything to do with it. What if I have two services? What if I have more services on each host? This is a great question. Thank you. Yes, but at the moment, we have a rule. We basically had to rethink everything. The system doesn't cover the whole company at the moment, but whatever is covered, we think that one host, one service, one owner is the best equation. One base database, which is not depending on the billing, and then there is a service that collects data from the clients. No, we should not have it like that. Thank you. This is a super question. Right. We also have some know-how, and I will be happy to talk to you outside. And the final question. How do you do the agent provisioning and the policy validation? How do you make sure that the policy has not been neglected? If there should be no admins on host, but if this is not an admin, if it's a virus or something else, malware. Okay, so there is a host, the host has its print. So the host guarantees that it's what it is. And if something happens on it, let's say a user doesn't have access to root. But let's say somebody has access to root, it came in and it killed the agent. So if the agent is reporting that the change of the rules happened, then the control plane understands that this host behaves strangely, and the blacklist story kicks in. All right, so we have to isolate that host, and we have to look deeper.
So
the agent opens that, yes, and if the control plane understands that they don't get the right. What if I kill an agent? Like, can you kill an agent? Yes, we see that there should be an agent. It's not there, and something strange is happening there. And what if there is some plant work and I have to decommission it for some time? Where is this borderline where the disappearance of an agent becomes a problem? This is about the operations. The incident will be registered. We'll see that it is an incident and we'll respond to it differently. And the integration should be there. And right now, no. But this is a good topic to consider. Let's stop at that. I would be happy to talk to you afterwards. Sure. Any further questions? It looks like we do not have any. Igor, thank you very much. Select the best question. The one that I really liked, this one. It was a good question. Okay. Can we ask you to come over?
Друзья, спасибо.
Thank you, friends. This is it for our meetings today. And thanks a lot for being with us. And see